So, good morning. Um, me. This is doing a few tests. Uh, get a sense of like what was going on with the game. So, yesterday, I thought I had left the effects with a small problem. Turns out that it's a weird problem, not a small one. The small problem was I just never hooked in the last two parts for the effects to actually work. The part into the collision, it just reads back a debug about the collision rather than hooking in the actual collision effect to happen. Um, which is fine, right? That should be an easy thing. The other part that we never hooked in was the update function into the player, so the player would actually update effects. So that would have been fine also. But then I ran into a different issue, which is the effects aren't being, or the collision isn't being registered or something. Like the collision is happening, it's detecting the collision, but it's not making it past the layer check. That's what it is. So that's where we're going to start off before we get into. That's kind of why I wanted to start early, a little bit, to give myself the 30 minutes I probably would need to figure that mess out. Probably just going to try a different approach. So let's do that. Where do I look? Look. I look. Um, Over here. Okay, so we want to check uh, the hit area, hitbox, I think. Right. Let me just check something. Oh, okay. Let me see if this works. No, it doesn't. Heck. The only thing I could think of is that this is hitting a different layer or something. We know we're getting here. Right? When I bump into the stuff, I get this. Issue is we're not getting past it. The I'm trying to think. I don't think you can do this, right? No. I don't think this would work. I'm gonna try something real quick. If this works, it would make Unity so much better, in my eyes, to work with when it comes to this type of stuff. Alright, let's test that out. I don't think this will work. I seriously don't think it'll work. Pretty sure it shouldn't work. But in Godot it would work. It's just worth it to try to find out. So this is the hitbox, right? And we set it to pick up anything on the damage layer. When So when we do this over here, uh, it should. Hold on, let's get rid of these real quick, because I think this is throwing me off. Uh, interactions, obstacle. Get one back. See how it works. Okay. Oh, this is default. There's nothing here. It's all default. We just detect damage. Nothing but a visual element. Or meat and potato. Huh? Oh, is that the problem? It's not a trigger. But I think we tested this already and we saw that trigger to trigger would work fine. Let's turn off trigger on this and see what happens. Why? Like, we're getting the interaction, just not sure what the heck is going on. Okay, this one should go all the way to collided hit. And let's spawn some more. Where are they? Oh, there they go. Now we're not getting anything. No hits at all. It's so weird because this is legitimately like it's always something with these. Like, it's just so annoying. There's always something that I forget when I do that. There's so many steps involved, but I think it's just crazy. But it's like I always forget something. Eats up too much time. That one hit perfectly fine. Alright, let's go back. These don't even detect me anymore. Turn this on. These have to be a trigger, right? So how is this detecting anything? The obstacle script. This is the hit area script. How is this even firing off? What is this? Untrigger enter. This is the hitbox. Maybe this one doesn't work. Let's check out the other ones. Could be that I just grabbed a bad one. No, none of them have trigger on, but for some reason they're working. Like I said, man, this stuff is just bizarre to me. Mesh Collider. What the heck? Same thing. Okay. This should not be working. Right? I mean, this is very clearly saying on trigger enter. Maybe it's detecting the player's trigger. No, it's detecting this trigger. So when another object enters this trigger is when this is supposed to go off. But we very clearly have unintentionally turned triggers off on this. This technically is not a trigger, it's just a collider. Convex collider. You turn trigger on this, and we're going to save all of these. Okay. Disable them real quick. Okay. So now let's go over here to this thing, and we will just have them spawn like crazy. I want these off. Basically, every 30 seconds, one of those will spawn. Okay. Okay, so it worked. Okay. Works perfectly fine, this one. So now let's turn these off, essentially. Turn these back on. Let's take a look at the logic here real quick. You know what? Hold on. Let's delete these. Could be that I'm, like, not doing something. Grab these now. Bring them back over here. And... okay, let's turn trigger on all of these. Why? We have nothing else. The hitbox script is... it is the hitbox script. Yeah, hitbox. Okay. No other colliders on any of these. Hey, okay. There's no other colliders. Is trigger is set here. This thing should not be caring about what oh, whoops. Wait. Oh yeah, it's over. This thing, hitbox, should not care. Because this is going off. Part is. Issue is the layer comparison. Other game object layer. Try to find out what the name of the object is that it's hitting. The name of the object that it should be hitting is this. Is called hurt area. See what it is hitting. It should be ignoring here we go. How long? What the heck is going on here, brother? Where is this being called? It's being called in the hitbox. There's nothing in hurt area. It's just used for the name. I'm pretty close to just trying something. There's something called like a override or something, right? Like kind of makes it function how it does in good. That layer overrides. Alright, let's try that. We'll exclude every layer except the damage layer. We're already going down the wrong path. We shouldn't have to change anything. Just rough. Hey, what's going on, Nick? One sec. There we go. Yeah. I am alive and live. Trying to resolve some issues from yesterday. The piece of code. This is a game dev issue, not a code issue. Trying to figure out what I didn't do. So these all use the same script. All of these objects use the exact same script. That script is this right here, hitbox. The difference is that on this object it doesn't work, but on this object it does work. So I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on there. Literally the exact same script with the exact same... It only has one condition, which is this layer. And they're all using the exact same. Script is super small. Where is it? It. But it is not making it past... So this doesn't work. I was just testing this out. So I need to get this to be 100% consistent, or I do that. I wonder. Let's put this over here. Are we making... I think I'm probably looking at the wrong area. Give me 1 second. Maybe I'm doing it wrong, because it might be the return is what's causing the problem. Might be blaming the wrong thing, basically. No, I'm blaming the right thing. We're not making it to B. We're not even making it to A. Is the music giving problems again this time, or is it fine? I might just not use it at all. Yeah, makes sense. Maybe you mess with the collider. Music is fine. Yeah, I've been trying to like figure out what's the issue with the collider, right? So the collider looks like it's fine. This is just the default collider. We turn the trigger on. Let me see something. We're going to override and apply all. And I'm going to just run it one more time and see what happens. We should just get a bunch of A. The letter A popping up over here. That would mean that it's working. Fine. Okay, let's try this. Got 8. Not consistent at all. Okay. Some of them are working, it looks like. Some of them are not. The white ones are not working. Alright, we're gonna pause it. Go into the scene real quick. What's going on with the... Oh, it's like under the ground. Maybe it's just missing the vehicle. That could be what it is. It could be going underneath the collider for the vehicle. That's an easy fix, but I just want to check this to see if anything else is... I need to look over here. This is the obstacles. Says that the trigger... Let's bring this up. Let's physically change its position. There we go. It could be that it's just missing the vehicle. So we're going to raise it up to about the vehicle's height. And... yeah, it hit. Okay. And it counted all the way. So it was physically missing the vehicle. I got it. That makes a lot more sense now. Alright, so we just need to fix the vehicle. And just change the hurt area. Make it go all the way to the ground. Alright, now let's try it out. Yep, there we go. That was like the code is the exact same. Alright, that's fine. But we also need to take care of, because it shouldn't be spawning that low anyway. Disable these. It shouldn't be spawning that low anyway. Where's the spawner? That? Yeah, I think, no, this is the object itself. I think this is it, spawner. So for these, let's see what it looks like now. They should all spawn at the right height. Probably makes it a little bit easier. Yep, there we go. That looks much better anyway. Okay, we're good. No, they both, and so I'll repeat the question. One has a box, the other is a mesh. Wouldn't that be funky, as in the collider? So the answer is no, because they're using inheritance, and Unity internally is how I'm handling it anyway. Is internally looking specifically at if the object is a collider. When we do an on-trigger check, it's checking to see if that collider, which has the property built into it already, on if it's a trigger or not. So the mesh itself just deals with the structure or the shape of the collider. But that is a descendant. That's a descendant of the class collider. So I think just making it visual should be easy. Basically, you can have a collider, and from collider, you would have mesh collider, right? But then also from that, you could have collider and box collider. These are all colliders. So if I ever do a check for just the collider, it doesn't matter which child of it I target, they're all still inheriting collider. Right? That's just inheritance. That's how it works. It wouldn't be funky. And in the same breath, any of the properties that belong to this also are part of this. Right? So a clear example of this would just be my power up. You see I have heal power here, and then I'm inheriting power up. So if I go to power up, you'll see it's empty. But power up is also inheriting world interactable, right? And this is doing a bunch of stuff. Right? And so the heal power, if you'll notice, like obstacles are also world interactable. And they're working off of the same logic as the heal power, but they do different things because this is heal power, and this one is an obstacle. So I haven't put in like the obstacle's ability to damage yet. I will later on, but for over here, it's I was testing out this stuff to get it to just function. The one that I want to test out though is the speed up power, because I want to see if that works. I want to test out the animation. After that, then it's all UI today for the most. Well, we're gonna look at what's up for today. Second, I just want to do this one last thing. Actually, I want to do two last things. Make this a bit smaller. Be a little bit more forgiving. Yeah, I think that's good enough. That's one thing I wanted to accomplish. The next thing is we want to hook in this part, the collider manager. So when we do this, we want to do power up, handle impact, and we're going to take in the player. So to get the player is the issue. We need to find. I think power up handle impact only takes iCollide. Okay, yeah. So can do this. There we go. Where are we again? Oh, we're over here. Collision Manager. Ah, darn it. Okay, so it wants it like that. That's fine. What is it crying about? Out Collider. An object reference is required for a non. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay. So now we should do handle impact, and that let's test out. So the one that we care about is the speed boost for right now. So I'm going to look for that one. Where are you? Speed power-ups. Speed power. Here we go. All right, let's try it now. What's going on with chat? My animations. My animations are permanently gaining speed if they collide with each other for some reason. Also, two separate nodes. Also, two separate nodes in around about the same room make them not register that they are close. Oh, my animatronics, whoops, sorry, are permanently gaining speed. They collide. Okay. Also, two separate nodes in around about the same room make them not register that they are close to it. Two separate nodes in the same room not register. Okay. So, yeah, funky. Animatronics. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, so, um, so you have two objects, two nodes. How are you trying to get them to register that they're close to one another to begin with? Like, what are you using to get them to pick each other up? Okay, so we're gonna test out the speed boost. So this should affect the road controller. So right now the road speed is 50. When we pick one of them up, it should boost our speed to something else. I don't know. But it's going to be gradually changing over time. I'm going to increase the spawn chance of this to 100%. And we're going to decrease the spawn chances of the other ones a bit to just about close to zero. And let's save all of this. Okay, now let's try it. I need to go to the spawn area and increase these. No, the spawn rate for these is stupid high. It should be spawning like every couple of seconds. Why is it not spawning every couple of seconds? Is a fantastic question. What is going on here? Yeah, it's simply not spawning them. All right, let's look at the spawn chance script. That's the only thing that I could think of that's stopping it. We have healed, we have shield, and we have speed. Speed is set to spawn at 100%. We can get rid of these now that we know what the actual. So I think it's in the world. Yeah, there we go. Spawn chance. So if the spawn chance is greater than right, so we have one at 1 we have a 100% chance of it spawning whenever it's called up. Period. It should never not spawn. Okay. And we're gonna check the spawner. And we can just do a quick test on this. Okay. So Nick is saying, so yeah, okay, I'm trying to make the enemies do that. I'm trying to make the enemies do that. They are at the same height via just the distance between the transform. The the Optimus Prime kind, and an animatronic just constantly checks if they are close, if moving towards it. Okay, so you have some kind of well, I'm okay. So are you using Raycast, or are you using a manager? How are you tracking? Like, do things register to a manager, and then you're just tracking across like a batched um array of all of the subscribers to see like who's close to one another and who's not? Is that where you're going with it? Or are you using Raycasts, and or are you using like a on trigger enter for like a range area? Because that's another thing people use. They'll use like a on trigger enter for like a whole bunch of stuff, and so each character kind of registers just the things that are within that area, or that kind of thing. Navsphere. Oh, so you're using the okay, yeah, then you're into a different area. I've never used Navsphere for that. Or rather, I've never used the Nav agent to try to do that. Typically, I combine it with something else. Especially, like, I would think for like a Five Nights at Freddy kind of game, you'd probably want to use raycasting. Just so that way, like, if something is behind a wall, right? So I tend to not use raycasting for games where I don't care about if something is behind a wall or not, right? Um, but in a game like that, I think like that matters, doesn't it? Like if something can is out of sight. I feel you. Right. Basically, it's its patrol points. It is spawning. It's saying that it's spawning them. Where the heck is it spawning them? This is so weird. Where is it spawning it? Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Um, let's just do this here. We do a... So we can get rid of this. I figured out what's going on. This is... It's fine. Everything is working as intended. It's just that the prefabs are being problematic because they start off... There we go. There we go. Okay, now it should work perfectly fine. Because we saved these prefabs as disabled, and so they were coming in disabled. That's what was happening. So now they should start spawning in. I'm not feeling a speed boost. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not seeing a speed boost on the road, so. Okay, a couple of things could be happening. We have to do a check. And speed power, we're not getting to here, it looks like. Let's check to see if we're getting here. Well, no, we have to be, right? The player is registering also. Pretty sure. I did call register, right? Yeah, we... let's speed the game up a little bit. We're gonna go up to 100 kilometers per... Yeah, we're not getting there. Okay. So like in Godot, because of how inheritance works, you can actually just do a direct check on the object that you're colliding with to see if that object through duck typing is like, let's say, a hitbox or a hurtbox. I got so used to doing that that it threw me for a loop having to use layers again. Interesting. So it's saying that this value is unset, basically. One sec. It's not being called. Why is it not being called? We're not registering. That's the problem. So register this register. Where is it? Player. Okay, so we're not calling this. Okay, yeah, we need to call it somewhere. I thought we were. We're not. So let's on enable register and on disable unregister. Now it should work. I thought we were registering. But yeah, there we go. Now we have a number. So if we pick this up, we're still not getting our increase on road speed, but what's happening here? It's saying that we do not contain I don't want to do it that way. Looks like we're going to have to make an initialization process. Or, yeah, we're going to have to do an initializer. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's try it now. Yep, there we go. We're not seeing an increase in speed, but we're seeing that the effect is being added. Very nice. Okay. So we know that we're getting here. We shouldn't be getting here, though. We'll be doing that. Where's the shield power up one? Oh, and this should also return. Oh, we have else. Okay. Okay, so that tells me that we're forgetting to do something. Yep, I know what we forgot. Ha 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 ha. We are silly people over here. That's what we are. There we go. Let's make sure we did that in shield also. Yep, we did. Okay, now let's try it. Let's see. What are you up to, Nick? I just used like custom made points on the map to connect them. And since the animatronic has to have the vector 3 to do that, I just use what Roman told me to tell what I just use what Roman told me to tell how far two vector 3s are. And that somehow fails. I'm sorry, I think I will need to rewrite my interaction script for the third time because it's just bad. What did Roman tell you to do? To get the distance between two objects, two vector 3s. It's pretty simple. Right? You want to use I like to use magnitude more often, but some people prefer to use distance direct. Oh, what's just happened? Uh, it only happened once. Weird. Okay. It only happened once, but that's weird. What is this? Line 43. Okay, so it is calling this. Okay, so we're getting into the effect properly then. That's awesome. Um, yeah, that's one way to handle it. So I think I will need to rewrite my interaction script. So yeah, vector3.distance is one way to handle it for sure. Um, If you're using that, then your problem isn't the distance issue. Isn't likely not your distance issue. Let me reread what you said above. And since the animatronics, so essentially, if I'm mapping correctly, basically, you're saying that they're not reacting to one another because the distance might not be, they might not be, or they're supposed to when they're within the specific distance, regardless of if they see one another, no other context matters. They're supposed to elicit a specific behavior. But when they're within that distance, you're not getting that behavior. So that's where what I would do is I would slap a debug.log on the distance value to find out what the actual distance is that I'm trying to get to, and that these things actually are. And if you're actually seeing the numbers are matching whatever numbers you're using, but you're still not getting the distance that you want, then I would look at the behavior itself, and making sure that we're not getting like a null somewhere or something like that, right? But I would start with checking the debug.log on the distance itself, and every time that they're moving around, it'll be pumping out information. But basically, you should just be seeing what the actual distance is, because it could be that you just gauged the distance incorrectly. Like it could be much smaller, much larger, whatever. Right? Or it could be like some condition that you've set a bool somewhere else, and because that bool is cached, it's like not registering the rest of your logic. You know, it could be a few things. But you start with the distance if that's like your top level logic, and then you just move down to each gate that you have, each if condition that you have. That's why I don't like using a lot of if conditions. Like, because you have to check all of them to make sure that you're getting past each one. All right. So then, yeah, start by checking the distance, what the actual distance is. Um. Oh, so I hit Roman with the it was his fault out of context. Dude, you're wow. That was very evil. I felt kind of bad. Like he spent maybe the next 20 minutes. You could tell it was like rattling around his head for some reason. like I think he kind of knew I was messing with him, but he just couldn't help himself to try to figure out what was actually his fault. Oh man, but I think I fell asleep like towards like the maybe the 3 hour mark in his stream. Like I could not keep it up. It was just I was out like a light. I tried though. Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of reaction. Like I knew it was going to be. I thought he would get that. It's just a throwaway, but he hung on it. Like I felt kind of bad. Gonna lie, I felt bad. Um, Okay, so I think I'm going to have a different approach on this. Slightly different. So we're going to go here. Public override void try stack. We're going to, of course, call the base stack, but then we're going to do speed boost. How is this set up? I forgot. I'll be honest, I forgot. So the speed boost is like, and then the rate that we go through. So when we evaluate the curve, it's supposed to be current speed, which is... So we get the current speed boost, which we're going to take the initial speed and then just add that into this over here. Right? And when we evaluate the amount of time that we are going to be spending is based on, this is speed value. Speed, okay, so speed is the current amount of time that's on this effect. Okay, so when we do a stack here, we actually want to decrease the current speed. By about half. Okay, and then we want to increase the speed boost by so we need something else here. We need to do this. Right? Okay. So we get +3 when we do this. And then we're going to be increasing... So as we keep on getting more and more, we continue to stack, which will continue to increase the speed for the set duration. So the duration never really changes. We just get more time by reducing the current speed by half. Each time that we pick up a new one. So actually what we're going to do here is we're going to do those. Or actually, max. Let's keep this simple, actually. Just do it like this. We'll go back to 15% of the current speed. No, I think 0.5 is fine. I think 0.5 is fine. You know what it is? I think I know what I'm doing wrong. I need to do this. I see what the my brain sees what the problem is going to be, and I'm trying to handle it. It's supposed to be over. Okay, so the distance is not wrong, but now I see a flashing line with a circle. Sent it on Discord. Supposed to be progressing, moving to the next blue point. I'll take a look. You posted it on Romans or on Mikra? I'm gonna assume Mikra. Give me a second. I'll log in. Okay, I'll take a look. I see the cat jumping right as soon as. um. Okay. Okay. That looks like what it's trying to do is run a set destination, but you're not. It's not letting you for whatever reason. That's what it looks like it's trying to do. If I had to figure out what that GUI was trying to do. So it looks like you're T-posing an object. There's a lot of lines going on here. You have a green line. It looks like there is a capsule in the alcove of the passageway for the door. I'm going to assume that that capsule is the other target that you're trying to walk towards. And so, yeah, that looks to me like you have some type of condition gate that's flashing true and false very quickly. So it could be that you probably want something to be an inequality. It's like an inequality with an equal condition. So greater than or equal to or less than and equal to as it needs to. So maybe that'll fix it, because it could be that this is just getting stuck because you're at a very specific value that is in between true and false, and so it's just flashing true and false over and over. That's, if I haven't seen the code, that's the best guess that I could give. But that's just what it looks like. If I've bumped into that, that's the first guess I would have. That I would look at my inequalities to figure out where something might not be happening as intended. Okay, we need to look at the road controller also. So we're done with Hitbox. We're okay for now with that. Um. Oh man. Okay. Let's not mess with this too much for right now, but we do need to do this. Okay. So it's saying basically that we're getting a null here. So we're going to check the road manager real quick, or road controller. Um, and we're going to make an initialize for it, I guess. All right. That should fix that, hopefully. All right, so the road controller is at a 50 right now for speed. So we just need to pick up the blue ones. And we're still getting null reference exceptions. Why? Oh, whoops. All right. That's what it was. I forgot to add it. Okay, so now that we added it, it actually has a target to change. So let's see if it changes it. Well, we don't get a null exception anymore, but we're not seeing the road's value change. Okay, one problem after the other. Well, rather one solution after the other. So we can get rid of these now. Okay. Now we just need to check if the player should be calling update. Yep, there it is. This should be calling game effect update. So when we do an add, we do add effect here. This should just be working, but never know sometimes, right? Let's just check. All right, let's try it now. I just need to see if the effect is actually being added to the array for the batched call for its update. If it is, then great. Yep, we are. And we're only adding it once. Fantastic. This should... I don't know why it's doing this. Let's check try get effect. Oh, that's why. Whoops. 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 OBJ. What else are we missing here? Oops. We have the key. And we also need to put in its... Where is it? Speed, right? Yeah. Okay, good. That would explain why it was vanishing immediately. So now it should only ever fire off once. Set this up. Okay. I think we're getting closer. Let's run it. Let's see what happens. Come on. This is... Okay, so speed added only went off once. Awesome. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Nice. Okay, so this all works now. Um, let's see what's going on. Here do you see, but he even has a second way to go. The capsule has no okay. The capsule has no collision. Doesn't matter, right? Okay, so he just refuses to go into the room no matter what. Gigantic cute robot animal is scared of the breakers. Yeah. If I could think about it. If you showed me at least like the code for what you're using to get him to pick that destination, then I mean I could give you some. But right now, all I could debug for you is basically that I would take a look if the distance makes. Oh, okay. If the distance makes sense, then AI states node processing. Agent auto braking is true. Set destination. Set destination. Current nav point. Transformed opposition. Destin. So the float, the distance is going to be equal to. Okay, so this is a switch case. I get what's happening. Okay. So current nav point dot transformed dot position. That's fair. And if the distance is less than. So if this node is processing, and then if the distance is less than 0.3f, then current nav point dot node type is going to be equal to the nav point object dot node type dot nonstop. Or check if it's equal to current nav point node type. Okay. Update the node. Alright, that's fine. Okay, I think I see the problem. I think I see the problem. You're not supposed to be, if I remember correctly. I haven't used set destination in a very, very long time. But if I remember correctly, you're not supposed to be using set destination every frame. And I think you're probably, is this case happening, is this case being checked every frame? Because I would assume so, because you're also checking distance. But you're not supposed to be setting the destination every frame, and that would make sense with what I'm seeing, which is that it's constantly recalculating the destination. So it's resampling the path and everything and trying to get there. And so the way that this works is that it works on corners. I understand, but it's working based on the number of corners it's calculating. So it'll calculate the first corner, and then depending on... So there's a term called unexpected behavior, We say unexpected behavior because we don't know what that behavior will be. So you can expect unexpected behavior when you use something like set destination. Read up on the documentation for set destination though, but I think you're not supposed to use it every frame. Right? It's supposed to be used when you're ready to call. Like if the destination needs to be updated, that's when you're supposed to call it. If I remember correctly. Right? So like you can use it frequently, but I don't think it's supposed to be every frame. Or if you do use it every frame, I think it's supposed to happen on a physics frame. If I remember correctly, it's been about 2.5 years since I've used set destination. So I've strayed away from using set destination for very good reasons. I just have better ways of handling AI movement, more consistent ways, and I use those instead. Okay. But if I had to guess, I would say that the problem is you're calling set destination all the time. I can't speak to anything else because you have a whole bunch of other stuff that is abstracted out, and I have no clue what those things are communicating. So like update node, I have no clue what that means for the node, or what that means back to the AI, right? Like it's you're basically I don't know if like update node changes the node type, and so that would change the if condition that would update the node to begin with, and things like that. I don't know. Oh, you're posting something else? Okay. AI state node idling walk timer minus equals delta time. Minus equals delta time. Okay. So I'm going to assume that that is also happening every frame. Um, so if the walk timer is less than, so this is happening on. Okay, walk me through this. Basically, what you're trying to do is you want to have the node control when the AI moves. That's kind of like my brain is thinking that's what you're trying to do. So this is like has a timer, and then when the timer hits 0, it'll ping out to any of the AI near it to set to. Like, why does the node? Why does the is this script that you just shared on the node? It looks like it is. That's the question that I have. Like, where is the script? Or is this on the AI? It says AI node processing, AI node idling. So I'm assuming it's on the AI actually. So correct. Let me take a step back. Um. So it looks like you have. This is just the second case in that switch statement, is what it looks like. Um. So if that's the case, I don't know, dude. This is honestly, in my humble opinion, this is I would just wouldn't go about it this way. Like this gets deep. This is another programmer once told me, this is above my pay grade. Like the level of science required here is above me right now. Trust me. It's going. I could probably figure it out, but I would need like the whole thing. I would need the whole. I would need to look at the whole damn script. Uh, Basically, this is rough. There's a lot of nesting going on here with if conditions that I get it, but I wouldn't handle it this way. But this is a state machine, is what it looks like, enum based state machine. But you've put so many if conditions and so many other states as being parts of the conditions that I'm like, I'm, it's just too abstract. It's good. Don't get me wrong. The code looks fine. It's just it's very abstract. right? Like you're calling states from something else from somewhere else in one of the cases over here. Or I'm not even sure if it looks like it's a state. So nav point object dot node type dot nonstop is the thing that threw me off. Then we tell it to update the node. But then at the same time, you're trying to get the current nav point dot node type before you proceed further. But you're already in this state. So then why would you need to be checking that? You should only ever have needed to check this for this state if this was already the case. No, but no, you aren't. And then you switch out of this state to idling if this isn't the case. So it's like, why did you enter this state if the thing you already had was not, was like, it just didn't, it's looping. My brain is looping. like, 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 why did you come into this state just to give yourself a reason to come out of the state when you already know the state of the thing that would have brought you into the state to begin with? You could have just checked the state for the original and then worked on the logic based on that, if that's what's fine. Instead, you're here, and then you would change your own state. So great. You could have done that outside of this, and then came into the match statement instead of doing this inside of Switch. Right? And I think that's what's throwing me around. There's like some weird logic in here that I shouldn't say weird. There is logic in here that I'm just not putting together. So I probably need to see the whole script to get the context. Sorry about that. I'm just reading what you wrote, bro. Like, if I had to go a little bit slower on it, basically you enter the state on the agent. This is what I'm reading. On the first one, you enter the state on the agent, and then 3/4 of the way through the state, you're now checking to see if the object that you're dealing with, the current nav point, that you already have from the very beginning, if that is actually something valid to this state. And if it is, then you do a thing. But if it isn't, then you exit the state and go. So then why didn't you just check the nav point to begin with to see if it's valid and then operate based on that? Because you could only ever do that, right? So it would be basically... this line right here, what is it doing? Hold on. Oh, I forgot. Discord doesn't let me... Can I do it now? No, Discord doesn't let me, the part that says if the current nav point dot node type is equal to the nav point object dot node type dot nonstop. You get access to that just by the virtue of having a current nav point, correct? And if you do, then why aren't you using that in conjunction with if you're already in this node processing, right? Otherwise, you should just be in the idle state, is how I'm reading it. Or is this only supposed to happen when you're distanced? And if that's the case, I don't know. You know what's happening here. You know what's happening here. Like I said, I don't have enough context. I'm trying to put it together. It's just, I wouldn't approach it like this. And so it's throwing me off a little bit. I'm trying to like get into where you're at to try to figure it out. So just give me one more minute. Just start with this. Let's start. I'm trying to dig in, but let's start with this. Figure out if how many different places are doing set destination, because I already see like 3 or 4 different places that you're calling set destination, and my best guess is that you have this case just on what you're showing me. You have this state over here, and you have this state over here, and this state has an exit that's leading you back into this state, and both of them are doing set destination. So it's entirely possible that's what's happening, and you could easily check it, right? Put a debug, and then put A in the node processing, then do the same thing, put a debug, and then put B in the node idle processing, or rather in the node idle, and see if it just continuously goes A B A B A B A B A B A B. Right? And if it is, that just solved your question of, well, where else is doing set destination? Because something is doing set destination way too often, and it's giving it multiple places. That's what I'm visually what I'm seeing is that set destination is being called way too many times. If you want, what you can do is make a custom method and make that the single place that set destination is called from. Call that method, and inside of that method, put put a debug to find out how many different destinations are being set by just passing in the vector that the destination is being tried to be set to. Right? And if you're consistently seeing a whole bunch of different destinations being set, then now you know that you have different sources setting the same agent to multiple destinations within the same frame. Because that's my guess. I just don't trust set destination. Like I really don't. So I don't use it at all. It's very easy to go like crazy with it basically. It's functional. It works very well, but you can't be abusive. I like abusing my code. All right. So let's take a look at this now. So the next step is we need update. We need to check if update is working. It's hey, listen, you know, you've done the right thing first off. You've made a state machine for it. Uh it's entirely possible, depending on how complicated the AI that you're trying to make one without having to use the state machine. If you've decided to go with an enum based state machine, that's fine. Um what I would say is that you probably want to take a look at your logic. And the easiest way before that all to check your logic out is again, make a separate method. Call it move towards or move to, right? And then inside of that destination, inside of that method, create just pass in set destination and then pass in that vector. And then pass in a debug underneath that to see what the vectors are that it's being received. And if you start seeing some crazy numbers all over, that just means that there's multiple places giving it different destinations, or one place that's just repeatedly giving it all types of destinations. Who knows? But the point is that that helps isolate what's happening. It could also be colliders. There could be a game dev issue where you need to check your collider to see if something is preventing it, or you might need to rebake your nav mesh because the mesh itself might not be connecting in that area. So you might want to just check to see, hey, is the mesh itself connecting between these areas? So that's something to also check for. There's multiple ways that you could get that type of behavior. Granted, it's not supposed to do that if the mesh doesn't connect. Usually you'll just see it stop. You wouldn't see it continuously try to shoot dart back and forth with its points like that. Yeah, it's an enum-based state machine. It's the simplest version of a state machine you could make, but it's very powerful. It's not bad. You just have to be careful with it because it looks like you're just going a little bit you're doing stuff with it that I just get confused by. All right, so I need to test this out. Effect controller. We know that the effect is being added. That means that, yeah, we call this here. It should work. Um, uh, it's an additional check in cases like this. The final node for first. also switch though. The state is not changing outside of the switch. It's chasing the logic, but that's not even functional. Like I said, make a method, put set destination in it, and then put debug.log, and then turn off, comment out set destination everywhere else in your script, except the one place. Just have everything else that is using set destination use move to instead, and then put a debug inside of that, and just pass in the vectors that you're receiving. If the vectors are completely crazy, like if one is 0, 0 and the other one is like 5, 5 or whatever, then you know that within the same frame, then you know that that's your problem. Otherwise, again, I listed out the whole host of other issues that it could be. It could be that your nav mesh is broken, and you need to rebake it. It could be a whole bunch of things. Or it could be that the height, it could be quite a few things. Here, you know what? Have a bomb and a couple stars. Oh, your character is walking away from the bombs. All right, so we just need to run this now and find out if our update is getting there. If not, it is what it is. Okay. Okay, so update, it is updating. We're getting there. It's just not changing this road speed. So let's find out what's happening there. But update is being called. All right. This doesn't make sense at all. So we're getting A is 50, B is 50. It doesn't make sense. If B is 500, C should be 550. Right? This is basically this. So the road controller we call set speed. Okay, this was going on. Um, I only have, yeah. Uh, Elevations. Hello, Elevations. How are you doing? Good morning. Well, for me, it's good morning. Still morning, yeah. Um, we need to talk. I have more news. News about what? Um, Nick says, uh, I'll, okay, gosh, I'll KMS, I'll self-delete with these 30-second build times. Yeah. Unity is rough with its build times, bro. Like, the thing is with Godot, so of the let's call them the three big engines, right? Of the three big engines, you have Godot, Unity, and Unreal. The fastest build time goes to Godot. Uh, Unity is second, and then Unreal is very, very much the third. Um, Here's a rub, though. Unity, when it comes to stability and build times, Unity beats Godot, and Unreal beats Godot hand down. Like, there's just no competition. What does that mean? If your project starts to become larger, and I don't even mean like unreasonably large, I mean like just a few gigs or maybe like 2 gigs in size, and that's including media that you might have, like 3D models, whatever. The build time gets so ridiculously slow, it's crazy. That's my experience with Godot. It's not even like I have a slow computer. My computer is okay. It's just it builds so fast. So if you're just making like a 2D project and your file size is less than whatever it was, I probably like less than a gig, I guess, or maybe like a 100 megabits, whatever. I don't know, but a fairly small file size, you'll be okay. But I noticed once I put in a couple 3D models that I think I had about 20 3D models, which was taking up a total space of about 100 megabits around there, and I had got some special effects done and all kinds of stuff. And next thing I know, I have like a 200 megabit project, and the loading time, or rather the compiling time, uh, was about as slow as Unity's. It was just about the same. And then going further beyond that, it just got slower and slower. Unity at least doesn't have that issue. I've experienced. But as far as build time goes, it's like I said, it's the same process, right? It's going to be just about it gets that slow. Uh, Godot's build time though tends to be a little bit faster, but I can't really speak much to it. But it is definitely a little bit faster. Um, Elevation says you got timed out. I guess. Let me see. No, you weren't typing that fast. It was a couple seconds in between. That was weird. Anyways, so there's a huge political crap flying around right now in the open source gaming communities. They are censoring anyone talking about the Godot situation and commentators on it. I have no clue what's going on right now with Godot. Is it the same thing from like way back in the day? I mean, that's like over what 5-6 months ago. Um, Elevations literally, if you even mention or show video of a commentator, you're getting censored and banned. Banned from what? The Godot itself? Because I don't know. They're capable of quite a lot. It's one thing to get banned from their Discord, even if it's the quote unquote unofficial Discord. But they ban people from GitHub also, which is crazy. Their Git insane to me. But so it depends on what they're banning from. Um, Literally, if you it's happening in Linux distros, C++ Foundation. What? Wait a second. That's not just a Godot thing. It's across the board, and it's stemming from. Is the I have no clue. You're making this sound like as if it's not just Godot, though. Sounds almost like it's a industry thing. That's funny. I'm gonna try that. Give me a second. I have Copilot up. Well, everybody has Copilot up if you have Windows. Give me a second. Who is Brian Dunluke? It seems there might be a typo in the name. Brian Dunluke. He's a tech journalist, the creator of the Lunduke Journal. Brian is known for his independent and often critical take on the tech industry and shares his insights. So, at least Copilot still, and it's giving me like references to, I think, his Substack. Um, Let me see. I have to load GPT. Give me a second. Uh, You have to give it a bit. I mean, stuff. I GPT is always very slow, so I never bother with it. Like it could take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes just to load a page of GPT for me. Yeah, it's super slow today. Okay. Let's do some coding while it's loading up. So yep, GPT still has not loaded. Okay, I'm gonna just refresh the page. It's possible that it's just like being silly. Okay, there we go. Oh, that wasn't GPT. That's why. That was something else. Gotcha. Uh who is Brian Dunlop? There is no widely known person named Brian Dunlop. Could you provide more who is the tech journalist named Brian Dunlop? There's no widely that's hilarious. I mean it's let me Google it. Maybe uh that's funny. uh Google Brian Dunlop. Holy cow, Google doesn't even bring him up. Luke Bryan. Tech journalist Brian Dunlop. The Lunduk Journal. What's the deal? I see a Reddit post from like 3 years ago. What's the deal with Brian Lunluke? I used to watch him a couple. Okay, so this is. Okay, so it's the name isn't Dunluke, it's Lunduk. So let's try GPT again, but with the correct spelling. Who is Brian Lunduk? Ah, I'm unable to produce a response. That's hilarious. Wow. Wow, that is crazy. To be blacklisted like that is crazy. Holy cow. Is this for real? This is like the next best thing to book burning, I swear. Holy cow. You can just erase a person like that is nuts. I'm saving this screenshot right here. This is crazy. Wow, wow, wow. That is nuts. That is sad and nuts and crazy. That is desperate, sad, nuts, and crazy. You can find, like, if I typed in who was the Unabomber in GPT, what happens? As soon as my GPT is willing to load again. Okay. Who was the Unabomber? Wow, it'll bring up information about Ted Kaczynski, who killed actual people. That is crazy. That is crazy. Ted Kaczynski was a domestic terrorist who did stuff and all kinds of nastiness. He was a mathematician, former professor, all kinds of stuff. He died in prison in 2023. So you can find literally information about, and even his manifesto on GPT. That's crazy. If you type that, it censors. No, the name Brian. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're saying Dunluke. It's Brian Lunduke. Yeah, I don't know the guy. I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm just like when you do. I think when you're doing game dev, like solo game dev, a lot of culture stuff, unless it's like directly coming in, just doesn't register most times. This is all new names, new people to me right now. Silly big corporations. I don't know the guy though. Same Nick. I don't know. I don't know him, but I mean, just because I don't know him doesn't mean that this isn't something that is pretty dangerous, like on its face. Elevation. Bro, I'm telling you, leftists are blacklisting actual people in programming. Nick, I'm redoing Mesh just in case. Alright. I'm not sure if... Oh, I see, the nav mesh. Yeah, yeah, just, rebake it, see what happens. You should be able to... They should have a option to turn on the gizmo to see what the nav mesh looks like. If you see that there's spikes in the elevation of the nav mesh, then you might want to adjust the parameters on it so that way it stays as flat as possible, because it's entirely possible that you can't move because that part of the nav mesh is too high or is too steep. So just look out for that. Elevation says, like in everything, any software you use. If you watch Brian Lunduke's video, he talks about Godot, he talks about open source community and all this crap going on. He even talking about what the Gamergate journalists were harassing Diablo 2 and at one point wanted all games to be taken down. Like, literally banned video games entirely. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's about credibility and borrowing credibility. And so, I mean, people keep lending them credibility, so... Or this could just be like the final death throes, because, that entire industry is collapsing on itself for the most part. I don't see anyone really hiring in that community. And that is a clear indicator of shrinkage. Like, there's something going on there, and this could just be a giant nothing burger from that side. Like, it is what it is, but that's just what I've seen. Like, when I look into it, I don't see many people hiring in that industry. It's very rare. Like, when it happens, it's usually a new company, and they hire like 5-10 people. But generally speaking, I don't see any hiring happening. And that's a very bad sign. It's a very bad sign. It used to be that they hired all the time, though. Like, you'd always hear about hundreds of people getting jobs in that industry. Well, I mean, it could just also be... It could also be that, it's about time. Like, so many... Oh, yeah, so many communities in open source are collapsing right now due to the Discord and Divide split that is happening over political nonsense. They are forcing their agendas in so much more than just Godot right now, and people are getting censored and banned, and their bias is being programmed into software. Like, there's so much wrong with spreading bias. Like, don't use... So, Navmesh Link is good, Nick. Navmesh Link is good for elevation changes and gaps between two different meshes. If you're supposed to have just one consistent mesh, putting in a link is kind of bad. You don't need to do that. So like if you have like two terrains and there's a massive gap in between. Let's say that you have two cubes and there's a gap in between the cube of one cube or something. You can create a navmesh link between the two. But in your case, you're just dealing with like rooms, right? And it's just flat ground. It's supposed to be flat. An elevation says if they are programming AI with pre-bias, imagine what implication this is going to bring. I mean, I guess it just depends, right? Like that argument to me brings up the exact same argument of programming in bias into search engines, because that's basically what an AI is. It's just a smarter search engine, supposed to be smarter search engine that you can converse with. That's what its job is right now. Primarily for most people. So it's the same argument. It's the same thing. We already know what that's going to look like. If you start doing that, it just leads into a lot of back and forth, a lot of huff huff. We spent the last, what, 10 years, maybe more, on that issue. So to have an AI do it, it's just going to be 10 more years of the exact same redundant stuff. We've seen it already. There's literally, it's time to move on. You know, it's the solution is make your own AI, make your own system, publicize it on your own. That's a solution. Go into direct competition or indirect competition. Beat them at their own game. Simple business practice. Sell to the shitty consumer, and you win the normies that way. That's disruption. That's basically what it is. That's a legitimate solution. Everything else is just noise. Like getting worried, and I mean, it does make a difference. Don't get me wrong. It does make a difference to get worried and then huff puff about stuff. But if it was right wing agenda, if it was left wing agenda, it doesn't make a difference at the end of the day. I just want to be agnostic to it for the most part. I like making video games, and as long as something doesn't get directly in the way of that, then right now it's not on my radar. If I see somebody who makes the valid point of why it should be on my radar and I can help, sure, fine. But with Godot, I didn't really care when it happened. I was just entertained by it for the most part. I was like, really, this is some crazy stuff. I always just thought, so my position on the Godot thing was just that, they alienated a lot of developers. And I'm talking about um, before they even got to the crescendo of it, like when everything just was unavoidable anymore. It was on its nose. It was very antagonistic. It was very disruptive to the normal flow of the community. And it showed itself to be extremely toxic. Um, a lot of developers, I know a lot of Godot developers, people who went to Godot, who fled because of that, or they got alienated and they just went radio silent and they're just doing their thing on like these other Discord channels. So Godot's community definitely worked towards alienating, or the louder part of their community definitely worked towards alienating others. And it is what it is. It's just something that was unique. I found unique to Godot. Turns out that it's not so unique to the industry though. You don't need other people to solo dev though. That's a good thing. like, all right, so let's run a test on this now, see if this thing is going to work. I just want this to work so I can move on. This is some craziness. What is this? This is the road speed. Oh, it is increasing. It's just increasing very slowly. Okay, gotcha. So the number is just super tiny. That's what the problem was. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. The number is just super small. So the code is working, it's just the numbers were too small. Gotcha. Okay, so let's change this to something else then. Let's say like this is 300. And let's change it over here. So we can say that the speed boost is supposed to be 300. And apply that. That was the problem. Ah, there we go. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. Let's see what was being said. The Elevation says, it scares me because it ties into cancel culture and it's rapidly growing worse into these communities, industry, including the gaming one, programming. That same alienating right that is happening on a larger scale than just Godot is what I'm trying to say. And it's getting censored heavily, so you don't know about it. Because anyone who talks about it is just censored and banned. Like, for real though, they are getting censored and banned. And apparently, latest news is literally posting 1 hour ago, Fedora-based Linux distro, Fedora-based Linux distro goes on a ban party. If you're good at what you do, I think that being banned from one of these guys, it shouldn't have an effect. Right? Like, I think this is a good point in time. Because there's two types of people who really should not care about this, right? Let me just change that. I'm going to change that to this and see what happens. Okay, so there's two types of people that shouldn't really care about this. Because they're going to succeed no matter what. It's going to be the person who... There we go. It's going to be the person who is really good at their job. Right? Programming, whatever. Okay. Yeah, the person who's not going to really care about it is the person who, or doesn't, or the reason why they're not going to care about it is because the ones who are doing the alienating, right, are the ones who they require content. You can't alienate people without content. So when Godot did it, and I can only speak to Godot on this, they split their entire developer base, like in half. And that's crazy talk, right? And half of the people who stuck around. So the thing is that you know that the half of the people who left are of people who are very aware of what's happening and they actively chose to leave. You're not guaranteed that all of the people who stayed are aware of what's happening. You get what I'm saying? And so just the fact that they stuck around doesn't mean that they actually endorsed the ideology. I looked at it on the Discord based on the amount of people who I see just behave in a specific way, and you can kind of just tell, hey, yeah, this person is very gung ho about their political ideology and want to involve their ideology into everything about their lives. They're identifiable based on their politics. It's crazy talk. You shouldn't be basing people's entire personality on just politics. That's nuts to me. Like, people are more than that, I would think. But some people, they want that strongly enough, right? And they're just wound up to 11 on it. That's their business, but they still need to produce content. And so the folks who just aren't really putting their time to invest into worrying about that stuff, they're out there making content. And they're going to get together because they have other people that need to make content also, right? Like, at the end of the day, that's important, I think. So I have a friend on because like I said, I never really keep track of this stuff. Like, to be honest with you, I was just there doing my stuff in Godot, didn't even know a thing about it. I have a friend on Steam who just randomly messaged me about uh, uh, it's going down on Godot, and I'm like, what's going down? And he's like, it's the woke apocalypse, I think. I was like, what the heck are you talking about? So I go and I look it up, and then I'm like watching what he's talking about, and then I go and I learn. And I'm like, what the heck? And I must be, imagine there's tons of people like me who really just don't pay attention. Like, we just don't care enough to really, like, focus in on that stuff. It's interesting, and we do have opinions, or at least I have an opinion. I just don't really want my opinion to be what defines me, right? Like, politics just isn't that important to for it to have to define a person. But then even that becomes dangerous to say, and it's like, all right, you know what? We'll just give it time because eventually it's all about content. If I start producing more content than them and more people are coming to me, then I get a choice. Do I want to hire somebody like that? Right? That's that's what it comes down to. And it's like, listen, you now there's social media. You have a track record. I could look you up. You were banning people over this. Why should I have you leading my community? That's basically where it goes to. Right? Like, how did this person offend? Oh, he offended because, or she offended because they sneezed the wrong way. Like, is that valid? And I've worked enough, I've done enough with that. It's just silly to me. Um, you know what? I think we need to distract from this second. It's not showing. Why is it not showing? Did I hide it too? Oh, there we go. Okay. Now we have to do it. Okay, there we go. Yep, here you go. Have some bombs and stars. Elevations, it'll make you feel better. How do we do this again? I think it's... There we go. Okay, got it. There you go. Have fun. um, Nick says, no. So elevations. What I'm saying is, when you go and you try to get a new job, right? A lot of people don't realize this, but they look at your social media big time. It's something that as soon as you see your name and you put it out there that you have a social media presence, or even if you don't, you can just Google search somebody's name or check on X if their name comes up. And if you see a picture that matches that person when you see them in real life, it's like, okay, this is the same person or whatever. And we're not even talking about recent. This is going back maybe 10 years now. This has just been the practice. They don't say it, but they've been doing it. I don't want to go into details on it, but basically I've had cases where it was like, you burn people's first and second chances based on just the things that they're doing on social media that they don't even think that you as the employer are paying attention to, but you are. Like, it's not even that I was paying attention. It's more like somebody just comes over to me and says, hey, that guy who took off sick for like a week, he was out there at the gym freaking knocking back weights and stuff like that, and he's there posing up for his Instagram. And then they show you the pictures and you're like, okay, yeah, listen, now we have to treat this guy differently. And you don't attack him for that. You attack him for something else, because this guy probably wasn't the perfect worker to begin with. So now it's like, first of all, he's not a good worker. So now all of that leeway that you're willing to give him because, everybody should have a job, you're like, he doesn't even like the job. Let me get rid of this guy. And so now you hammer down on him. And so now for the hiring process, it's the same concept, right? Where person comes through with his LinkedIn that has a couple of other links attached to it, or they just have an angle, and so then you just do a query on the angle. And they even have sites that or HR has sites that will come back and give you all of this person's linked accounts. So their YouTube account, their LinkedIn account, and all other accounts, even if that person didn't directly link these accounts. They sell this information, so it's available, and the company has it or the HR has it, and then they'll say, yeah, hey, manager, this is the list of different social media accounts that this guy has. You can check them. And then you go and you have to go through them and you check them, and then you come back and then you say, okay, yeah, this isn't the person, and you never even got the interview. Right? That's how it's set up right now. Most people don't seem to realize that. So now, by the time the interview happens, you would have gotten somebody who you either A, don't know anything about, or B, do know about, and then said, yeah, you want this guy to be here. Because you can't go through like 300 people's social media in just one day. It takes time. It's usually about 3 or 4 days to get through all of it. And even then, you have other work that you're trying to do. But it's a thing. It's a real thing. We should stop politics and adopt. we should stop politics and adopt a socialist ideology, only so people stop fighting each other and fight the government. I think what you mean to say is anarchist. Socialist, I think, is pro-government. Anarchist is like completely against government, any form of government, period. Even the smallest form, anarchy doesn't want it. Only so people stop fighting each other. But then anarchy leads to the most fighting. So you lose, Nick. You lose, no matter what. Elevations. I hope it will, because the world around me is going to shit. It's not that bad, bro. Trust me. You're good. Just put out content and you're good. Elevation. Cannot do anything without being oppressed by a rainbow flag wielding unicorn. Elevations is reminding me of the beginning of the boss. It's reminding me of the beginning of the boss of boss of Elden Ring. Nick, nah, anarchy's fun. If everyone hates the government, people will unite. No, it's actually the other way around. If everybody hates the government and the government if it depends. If the government has no power and everybody just hates on it, its concept, period, you end up with a different form of government. It's called the mafia. and that's pure anarchy. Like that's just what it is. You have to remember the law of the jungle is the only the fit survive, right? And government stands there because it's supposed to represent the culmination of the weak, essentially, uh, to prevent the strong from eating on the weak. But what happens when the strong take over government? Then you need anarchy, I guess. It's a vicious cycle. Okay, so we know that this boost is working. Um, where is it? There we go. My bad. I forgot my hotkeys. Or actually, I don't think I pressed anything over there. You know what? I'm gonna lock those hotkeys behind something else. I'm gonna make it a double button press. Give me a second. Because that's not cool. There we go. So that should prevent... Yep, there we go. Random changes. My bad. Okay. Sorry. All right, so let's try out the speed boost. That is crazy, man. That is that is nuts. I mean, it's not crazy anymore, right? That's just how society is. I think it's kind of like the hurricane concept or the tornado concept. When people started getting cameras all over the place, suddenly we started getting... Okay, now it stopped. What? Why is it stopping so often? What's in base stop? Should have the removal factor, right? Oh, there's nothing in stop. Okay, that explains everything. So we want to do player dot back controller move address. There we go. So now it should work perfectly fine. Actually, we don't need this. Just do duration equal to X. Okay, and so now this should just get the effect working overall. I really need to start getting into developing the UI, though. Okay, so I just want the effects to work. Basically what it is. And my brain is not letting me zoom. Interesting. Why are you doing that? I think we forgot to do base. Yep, we forgot to do base. So we got to do base, start. There we go. Okay. We just forgot to do the base start on that. There we go. ¿Por qué? What's going on here? So we're getting here from line 152. When we do reduce. So it should be coming from line 174. Okay. If the stack is equal to 0. Mathing is a thing. What the heck? line 61 to update. Okay. How did we get to this one? Line 66. Oh, my brain. Give me a second. I just did some type of loop-de-loop on logic here. So we did a reduce stack on 152, and we got there through 174. Over here, this update. Where is this being called? At right, that's fine. I don't know why it's being called twice, but whatever. '60 167 to 66. Okay, I see. I think I see. Oh, okay. Let's walk ourselves through it. We go here. We call update. This update is going to call reduce stack. Reduce stack is 170. This is the reduced stack here. This reduced stack is going to go to 152, which if the stack is less than 0 before we even begin, then we do stop the player. But the stack needs to be less than 0 to get here. Where is reducing the stack? There should be no other place that's reducing stack. Okay. So then on update, we decrease the duration by time delta time. If the duration is less than or equal to 0, we reduce the stack. And then over here, we check if the stack is less than 0. If it is, then we stop the player. Otherwise, we lower the stack by 1, and then we update the duration to being the max duration. then whenever we try to add another stack, we're just going to increase the stack, and then set the duration to the max duration. Okay. There is no craziness happening here, and we do not mess with stacks at all over here, right? We just get the information about stacks here. That you don't touch anything else, do it. The only thing I could think of is that something is wrong over here. So let's take a look. We have the max duration is 3 and the max stack is 1. So let's set the duration to 6 seconds, I guess. Apply that and go here. It just immediately stops. That's crazy. How is it just immediately stopping? Let's do a print here. Find out what's going on. So there's a lot. Okay, hold on. Bro, what do you do though when these leftists are infiltrating everything through our software communities, spreading their bias and forcing their beliefs onto others? What then? They infecting everything like the plague? Journalist, Baby Incorporated. That's silly. They even infecting young kids' mind me. Choose entity. Poison to the whole society. Stream ended. A cat exploded. Yeah, sorry about that. At the moment you express a different belief in any form of the medium that the leftist unicorns don't agree with you, you know what happened next. They want control of it and poison it so they can push their agendas. If I reuse all right, so elevations, it's not that bad, bro. It's not that bad. Believe me, it's not that bad. There's a whole world out there. I remember this person told me years ago, his this is back when the news, like TV and everything, was just like the thing, right? So his mother's told him about this story where their grandmother had been just watching TV, watching news, and she would become completely like believing that she can't walk outside. She would ask, how do people even go out? Because it was always about people getting deleted on the streets, on the subways, or whatever. And eventually, though, it was like, you have to ask. If you just crack open the window a little bit, you'll see kids playing outside, playing baseball, flag football. Life is going on. It's not all about just, the news and the information being fed to you. A lot of times, if you feel like you're being wound up into a position where you have no options, it's because somebody's tried to put you into that position of thinking. It's very manipulative. You have to be very careful. There's a lot of manipulation both ways to try to just wind people up. And the freer you think you are about it, odds are the more wrapped up in something you are. Right? And so the easiest thing to do At that point is to say, all right, let's pause for a moment. You know, things can get really complicated, and I'm probably not appreciating the complication. And take a step back. Now, as just the baseline, sure, we can always say, people trying to take other people's ability to have an opinion away for their own opinion deserve a quick punch in the face, because that's the legitimate answer to that. Believe it or not, that's actually the legitimate answer to that. A lot of people say, well, you shouldn't escalate to that. No, actually, when someone is threatening the use of force or is using whatever tools they can use in order to prevent discussion, that's when you have to ask, well, what recourses are available? And there's a pathway that is very dangerous, and that's the reason why we allow discourse between people, so we don't go that pathway. But the reality is that that is a pathway, and it's a very dangerous one, and it's one that it seems like there's something out there that is definitely trying to get people wound up towards that direction. And it's very dangerous, I think. Very dangerous. Elevation. Okay. Nick says, if I reuse one thing from this game outside of experience of dealing with bugs, I'd be happy. You know, you learn from the mistakes, bro. That's the entire point. Success is great, but you learn from mistakes. Um, Elevations, it's really hard to sit back and ignore them and pretend like all your favorite software and tools that you once loved aren't being controlled by these freaks and their political agenda. It's not though, right? I mean, it's not. It might look like it is to you, but it's not though. Like it really isn't. Like until you came to me with this stuff, I had no clue any of this was going on, and life was going on regardless. There's like what 8 billion people on this planet. I guarantee you, like 99% of them don't know jack about what's happening here and are just living their best lives. It's not even about making games to them. It's about what side you're on, and that's it. That's their problem. Would it be possible to make my kid-powered robots to check for something like a door that is locked, and if what would it be possible to make my kid-powered robots to check for something like a door that is locked, and if it is, act like the door is a nav obstacle? Um, yes, that's possible. You could do that. Uh, you would do that through an interactable object, right? I'll show you the script to something like that in a second. Elevation says it's years worth of work gone to shat. Years of work, good developers with real. Maybe I don't know the whole scope. Elevations. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know the whole scope or the depth of what's happened, because it sounds to me like as if real damages have been done to people. I mean, don't get it twisted. It's real damage when you blacklist someone. But if they're getting into force and coercion, in other words, like actual theft, where they have taken away people's property, then I mean that could be standing. Um, Vision completely ruined and sabotage. Okay. Elevations. That's not really gonna be okay for you for very long. I guess. Nicked. For that, you use magic main. Okay, I'll show you this code, Nick, real quick. It's this code. You can use this pattern to get that effect that you're talking about. Where is it? I think I closed it. All right, hold on. There we go. Just use this. Right? You don't need to have this here. You could do something like Well, actually, hold on. You need... Ooh. So this is the Unity way. I don't like doing it this way, but this is the Unity way of handling this. Right? And then you do something like this. Case. That would be the approach. And then as for what iInteractable is, it's literally just whatever you want it to be. So it would be like public interface, iInteractable. And then you would do something like okay. Right? So that's basically like what you would do. Right? And then from here, now that you get access to what, if this is a door, then you can just do whatever you need to do inside of this. So you could say like, this might actually be better. I like it this way. So instead of using type like this, you can use this, and I could do something like this. I like this way better. Or actually, I like this better. This code looks better. I think this code is better. If I had to do it the Unity way, this is how I would do it. Right? That's how I would do it. I'm hoping that's helpful for you, Nick. But basically, we have the same collider trigger thing, but then we just do a try get component on an IInteractable, which whatever it is that has the collider you're trying to detect should have IInteractable on it. And then from there, you just get the type that you need from it. So if it's a door, you do door stuff, basically. Right? So like if I did like a door class, so you go public class door, we do something like that, then we would do something like IInteractable. You get it? All right. Okay. All right. So if okay, so it's years. Salvation says it's years worth of work gone to shat. Work of good developers. Yeah, I read that. Elevation says that's not really going to be okay for you. I read that. Frames navigation. Okay. Elevation says, but this is my number one problem. By banning all the critical commentary, it follows that all the critical thinking is unwelcome. That's their problem, bro. Nick, that's really their problem. If you see, you have to recognize when something is your problem and when it's not, right? And if they want to destroy their own communities, that's their problem. Just, I mean, one of my favorite writers says, no one is entitled to be offended, right? Nobody has the right to be offended. Everybody has, and nobody has the right to be listened to. Everybody has the right to speak. Doesn't mean that other people have to listen. And so if they continue to just shirk away everyone who's in their communities, regardless, if it was a right-wing group and they kept pushing out left-wing guys, or vice versa, or just people who disagree with you, you're going to, by process of math, end up with less people than you had before. And I mean, that's a good thing. That can be a good thing, right? Because then you're allowing for a space for other communities to grow. And there's others like there's Godot Rangers, which is a decent community also. They're apolitical. They don't really lean left or right. I'm pretty sure people there do, but you just wouldn't be able to know. Like there's no reason to talk to anyone about politics there. Sometimes it comes up, but it's more philosophical than political. You know, and people can disagree, and that's fine. But for the most part, it isn't something that it's the driver of it. Nick says, elevations, you're going into the being mad rabbit. Yeah, I mean, he's upset. It's definitely an upsetting topic. Um, elevations, yeah, I always end up in those. I blame the algorithm. Nick says, that's what Twitter does. Not sure about the YouTube live chat. Nick, yeah, Nick, yeah, that's probably what it is. I don't use, I don't, I really have like a zero. I think Discord is Discord and Steam are my largest digital footprint. As far as like, I mean, outside of YouTube, obviously. But I just genuinely, I don't really do that. From my job, I just don't do that. Like when I see how invasive it can, like if you saw what I've seen employers do with social media, you too would have nothing to do with social media. Trust me. Like, it's crazy. Um, like they believe me when I say that you are the product. Let's see. But this is my number one problem: banning all critical commentary. It follows. Yeah, sure. Elevations. I blame the algorithm. Okay. Nicked. Yeah. No questions though. Elevations. Yeah, mean X, but I mean clicking YouTube videos. Barath. Hello, Barath Raj. How are you doing? Nice to see you again too. Nick. Elevations. They can call Twitter what they want. I don't care. I got banned after voting. I got banned on Twitter also. I don't know how. Like I never used it. I went on it once. Like I registered for it I think last year February and made an account. That's right. Before that I never had an account. I just made an account and I think I went one day on it. Never made a single post. I came back like in November. I checked on it again and I made a ton of posts somehow and I got banned. And I was like, what the heck? Like I never even used this account. Like, it was crazy. Like I legit never used the account ever. Since Barath is here, let's have let's have a star dance. And Barath, how are you doing, man? There we go. And targeting him. There you go. Boom. Enjoy. Okay. Yeah. I never even got a chance to vote on anything. I simply forgot I had an account, tried to log in again in November, and I was banned. I was like, okay. Alright, let's see if this is working now. Hopefully, come on. The only thing left for me to do is to check the duration to see if it's actually being applied. Okay, here we go. It says that we have 6 duration. Ah, hold on. We might have forgotten to save. I am so annoyed right now. Like, I'm legitimately annoyed. Right? Because this should be ticking down. Hold on. I think I know what the problem is. I think I know what the problem is. Okay, give me a second. I got it. Where is it? It's... Oh, we can just get it here. Okay, now let's try it. I'm... Here we go. I'm taking my dog for a walk. Oh, wait. Hold on, let me focus. Give me a sec. What in the blue blazes is going on? What are we missing here? When we do setup effect... Oh. Oh. Okay. Duh. Max stack. There we go. Max duration. Like, I'm doing all kinds of craziness. That's what it was. Okay, now it should work perfectly fine. Come on. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So I'm taking my dog for a walk. I've got a great political question. Are you a dog person or a cat person? I personally, I like both, but if I had to pick, I would go dogs. Like, I just grew up with dogs, so that's the direction from. Like where I live, as a kid, there was just in our whole complex, we had I think 12 dogs at any given moment. We had a lot of dogs. Okay, there you go. So as you collect these boxes, you get speed ups, and it'll continue to increase your speed over time, slowly but surely. You'll notice that my speed is going up, higher, higher now. All right, it's coming together pretty nicely. Gotta go fast. Ah. So I'm gonna tie the speed to the drifting bit more. Like it's already tied together, so you drift to the left and the right faster, the faster you're moving forward. So it's more sensitive, basically. But it's not sensitive enough to keep up with this, unless I just need to get better. All right, now what happens if I don't touch? I'm gonna try to avoid. No, I'm gonna try to. Okay, yeah, things are just getting crazy. I can't avoid them. It's just too fast. I'd have to just turn it off from over there. Yeah, it's possible to avoid it. It's just really tight. Ah, I'm gonna make it more sensitive, though. I feel just a little bit more sensitivity would be really good. All right. Fantastico. So now it's just onto the UI for the most part right now. And we also want to put, when we get the shield, we're going to put like a little bubble around the card to signify that you have the shield. This is cool. How fast am I going? We are going 356 miles an hour. Well, 356 kilometers, so that's like what? 248 freedom units. The entire point of this video, do the UI. This is fun though. Oh man, this is fast. I can't. I need to increase the turning sensitivity. All right, let's get rid of some of these prints. Okay, we're good now. Let's mess with the let's mess with the So actually we have to do something. We need to come up with a difficulty ramp for the game, or at least we don't need to do it, we need to prepare for it because we're going to do that on day 7. But right now we just want to do the Hmm. Okay, I see where I'm going with this. So it's down here. Okay, so basically, you can get this information, update the real feed, all this here. Right, there we go. Okay, and then over here, we actually just set the speed to 0. I don't think we actually need this anymore. No, we do. Right, whatever the initial speed was plus whatever our boost is. Okay. And then when we're done, we just set the speed to 0. And that's it. All right, let's see what it looks like. After this, I promise I'll be doing UI stuff. Do what chat's saying. Yeah. Nick. Hello, Nick. SSD? Are you also nicked? Why did I get thrown into the Shadow Realm? I'm not nicked. I'm the famous Roman Linko. Don't get it, mate. Uh-huh. Okay. Whatever you say, not nicked. All right, I'm going to try this one more time, and then I'm going to try... It's probably because YouTube is a cat thing, I guess. Oh, wow. You got timed out by a moderator? There's no moderator on the channel? By a moderator or the channel... Well, I mean, I'm the channel owner. I didn't time anybody out. Let me check. Give me 1 second. Why would you get timed out? Like, you didn't do anything. 1 sec. Let me check. Um, so we should go to our studio. Actually, I think we have to go to the video itself, right? We don't go to the studio. Uh, New managing moderators can support your channel in even more ways. I'll learn more about that later. Wow, just it says it deleted a ton of your messages. Oh, Stream Elements. Why did Stream Elements delete you? At Elevations, they don't call Twitter what they want. I think Stream Elements is being extremely aggressive. That's what it is. So give me 1 second. Let me go to Stream Elements and turn it down. It's being extremely aggressive in its moderate, and that's weird, right? Because it allows freaking bots to spam me on Twitch. But you have like a legitimate post and it starts deleting stuff. That's really weird. Give me a second. Spam filters. All right, let me get rid of this one. It didn't have many on. It just had a caps protection and a link protection. I'm gonna leave on. There we go. Okay, so I turned all of that off. As far as filters go, I don't see anything else running. Chat commands, there's just a ton of commands. I don't have any banned words. That's it. Yep. I'm gonna check. It looks like it didn't time you out anymore. So let's just save our changes. Okay, looks like it's saved. Okay, done. I don't think I have to do anything more on YouTube. Yeah, the censorship. Probably. It's probably the censorship, you're right. It's found its way to Stream Elements. Alright, let's test this out. I think it fixed, or that should have fixed it. I just turned off all filters, so the only thing left is for me to check YouTube. If it even lets me change it. YouTube is pretty strict. Alright, let's go. Okay. Alright, we're going way too fast right away. We have problems. I think I know what that problem is. Where are you? Road. Get rid of this. Where's the road? Did I close it? Okay, whatever. You can get access to it here. There. Okay, now let's try it. So the sensation I'm looking for is that you want to try to keep getting those speed ups over and over, but then at the same time, the actual game speed will slowly start increasing, and the point of this is going to be to get to the ending as fast as possible. Well, not the ending, because these don't really have an end, but basically to try to get as many points as possible. It's just colors at this point. How fast are we going? Oh, we're going 2000 and change. Okay. I think I'm going to just turn this off. There we go. It's too much. I think I know what I need to do. Um, okay. There. So roughly every 5 seconds, it should update the speed a little bit. That way it won't be so overwhelming, hopefully. Okay, so right now our current speed is 38 miles per hour. These stuff should be increasing my speed faster, the rate of my increase. Alright, I'm going to turn off the speed spawning. And... Or rather... It spawned much less. Okay, this thing should slowly start to go down now. Until it gets to the real speed. Yep, there we go. So I just need to see what the lowest speed is going to be. Should have exposed the real speed so I could just see it right off, but whatever. Let's see what chat's saying. So they have their way around it. Censorship is happening. Yeah. I didn't... It robbed me of my agency and it's censored. Like, I didn't realize... So on my chat, I see everything. So I didn't realize it was censoring anything. When I went to the YouTube chat, I actually saw that it was censoring out Nick's stuff. And I was like, why? He wasn't saying anything. But it's Stream Elements. So I just turned off all filters on it. There was only two. It was checking if you did all caps. So it had like an all caps filter, and it had an all caps filter, and it had a links filter. So I didn't see Nick doing any all caps really. Well, no, he did it a couple times. He's doing the UI. That's about it, just once. I don't know what flagged it. It could have been also YouTube, but it read Stream Elements, so let's blame Stream Elements for now. The propaganda will be addressed. Elevations. I'm not insane. Are you sure about that? Have a quick listen to this. Do I, or should I move to a render pipeline since it's a horror game? It doesn't matter. Depends on just the look you're going for. If your PC can handle it, go with HDRP. Have fun with it. That'll get you realistic visuals. Universal Render Pipeline is the new Unity standard pipeline now, so you can always go with that. And as far as I'm concerned, and for me personally, I just don't use the standard definition, or the standard pipeline, because I prefer how the camera works in URP. And some of the benefits of building in okay, hold on. So now we're getting to see what the real speed is. The real speed is real speed is very slow. Okay. R is basically oh. Let's try that again. And we're going to just turn off all of the power, the speed up stuff. So we just get a clear picture of what the real... We know that it's doing the whole transition thing. But yeah, so you have a few different options when you're in URP using the camera in Unity. You can do camera overlays, which are just super convenient, especially for like UI use with the camera. It's night and day for me. Okay. So we're gonna do this. I want to turn off the spawning of this. All right, let's try it now. You think your link? No, YouTube. You cannot send links. Period. That's not even a Steam stream element. You just can't send. You have to send it over Discord. But you can't send links over live chat. Hold on. YouTube doesn't. I think only the owner, the channel owner, can send a link on their channel. That's including for just regular chat. Okay. So because we've done that, we can get away with doing this. What it looks like. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Let's do it this way. We're gonna start with 0 here for road speed. Oh man. Come on. There we go. So we're gonna set this road speed, the initial road speed, to 0 because we're just trying to see like. Okay, so is it increasing? We could always just decrease the update time, but oh, it is increasing now. Why is it increasing so much? I am confused. The rate of increase is crazy. What the heck is going on here? Okay, I see what's happening. Alright, I need to put some UI in this, but I just need to fix this last thing. You know, we don't need this. Just this. Here we go. I think that's what was causing the problem. Okay, yeah, so we're seeing increase now. Let's decrease this to like 1 second. So every second this should increase. There we go. So like 0.5. Will I ever... Okay, we are moving. Nice. Okay. So we're going to set the initial game's real speed to... Let's set this to, let's say, 15. Good number. Alright, let's try it now. This should be a good speed. So the first thing for the UI that I'm going to put in is a speedometer. Okay, there we go. Ah, whoops. Okay, let's bring back the spawning of stuff. Uh, it's going to take a second to spawn because it's off of the 30-second cooldown from previously. Once it's past that, it's going to start spawning like a madman. Yep, there they are. So, road controller, we're now at 21 miles an hour, 28, 35. There we go. Boom, boom. 58. 84. And 120. Okay, beautiful. The last thing that we have to do is in the player script, and we just need to change a number over here in Drift. We're going to make it quite a bit stronger. Let's go back and see how that feels. Just made it a tenth of stronger, so hopefully noticeable. Start over. Start off with the spawns being high. I'm not sure how it feels right now. It's sharp. My ability to turn and maneuver is... It's supposed to get better. The... Or more sensitive the faster I'm going, so I need to, like, get higher speeds. Right now it still feels really fluid, though. Yeah, I think the sensitivity is perfect. Like, I was able to actually make it over there. The car still feels weighty, but at the same time, like, I have maneuverability. But I can only really tell when we start getting to super high speeds. I think I'm going to cap the game off at around 450 miles an hour. I mean, we could go further beyond, but... Ooh, that's... I think we hit. Yeah. The car is drifting really hard. Like, I pushed over to the right, but then it was so hard to come back over to the left on that one. Okay. Boom. Boom. Yeah, we're going way too fast. This is 161. So if I'm at a standstill, I can basically go anywhere that I want to. The issue is when I'm moving already in one direction, to course correct is rough. I didn't even see that one coming. Like, by the time I realized that there was a red one there, it was just like, it was already in front of me. But you gotta stay on your toes. All right, it looks good. 233 miles per hour, or kilometers per hour. About 100-ish freedom units. No, 170-ish freedom units. Okay, yeah, we're done. I'm satisfied. This is feeling good. Let's make some UI. Let's see what chat's saying first. Uh, yeah, YouTube will block links always. Really, always. Yup, it will. YouTube does not allow. Just let me know. If you have something going on in the Discord, and I'll check it out. Nick, I have no renderer. What do you mean you have no renderer? Elevations. What are you trying to render in? Uh, there are no settings. You either block something or block nothing. Okay. Unity renderer thing. I don't know if having no renderer will cause problems. Um. So in life, there are the plunderers and those who are plundered. And you, sir, you are a plunderer, Nick. Uh, wherever you decide to figure out however that works is up to you. I have no clue what that's going to look like. I've never worked in a zero renderer pipeline. Like, that's weird. Because you need shaders at some point. Maybe you're doing, even then, even if you're doing a text game, you still need a renderer. Um, Nick, have you seen all the silly issues I had when importing models to Unity? I still don't know how to tackle it. The faster you drive, the more I want to see this game called American Driving Sim. I think you know something, I think you're giving us too much too hard of a hit. I should probably call it Freedom Units though. I just full screened this for the first time and I am in fact getting motion sick. Interesting. Really? Interesting. Well, I mean, this is all that's really happening, right? So they're being spawned over here. And my object pooler is just taking the stuff that goes away and then gonna reuse them over here as needed. Or as requested. The request is completely random, so as many as I want to put in is as many as going to variations going to come out here. It's weird. I'm moving forward, but it feels like I'm not. There we go. Ah, my mouse. Okay, there we go. So now, here's the thing. If I increase this, I think up to 1,000 miles per hour, even though stuff are being instanced in as quickly as possible, there's still a hard cap of 20 things that'll be spawned across this. So you'll actually see the end of this over here by the time over here is spawning all of the stuff necessary. In other words, this is moving so fast that it won't be able to keep up in a single frame. It's nuts. But I think that's at like 2,000, either 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers. This is cool. I'm satisfied with this. I'm very satisfied with it. I like it. Let's see. Interesting. I'm still in the rabbit hole. Nicked Discord. I'll check Discord. Sure. Okay. That's what I mean by no renderer. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. That's just so you do have a renderer, you just haven't set up any definitions for it. That's what that means. So I'm not sure which renderer you're using, but you have to actually give it a the render pipeline asset, so it has parameters for itself, and that's just a scriptable object. Unity will generate one for you, or you can go, I think, into the project settings and generate one on your own over there and like set up its parameters. But you can always change it. Just click it, and then you can just change specifics about it. I have one right here. I'm over here describing it, but I have it right over here. There we go. Okay. Is it under settings? Oh. Is it plugins? Nope. Maybe. I forgot. It's somewhere over here. Unless they changed it. I guess they changed it. There should be like a scriptable object somewhere around here. Is it under settings? I think they changed it. I think it's now a legitimate... Oh, yeah, here it is. They nested it inside of these. So it's like this right here. I think you get access... Yeah, this is how you access it now. Alright, and so you can select one of these to be the kind of render pipeline you want to use. So like when you're ready, you could ship it ready for mobile, PC, and whatever else is here. We're using a PC renderer, obviously. WordPlus. Okay, let's make a UI. So the very first thing is we want this UI to be well, hold on. We want this UI to be in the persistent scene, I guess. So we're going to create a new canvas. Drop that canvas over here. There we go. That's the heads-up display. I need to move my chat a little bit. Yeah, no, you do have a renderer pipeline. You just need to give it its definition. So you just drag or drop one of these things on it, and it will... It's inside of your settings in your project. You can just grab one of these, or you can click it. It should give you the options that you have in your project. And you can make one on your own and give it definitions as you like. It's however you want to do. Unless you know what you're doing, though, I wouldn't recommend messing around with it unless you just want to learn. So we're gonna do a camera. Should we do camera or screen space? Let's do them both and see what happens. So we're gonna set the resolution on this 1920 by 1080. And I like to go 50-50 on this. 0.5, there we go. All right. So let's first put in a panel. Hey, hello there. What happens if I do this? There we go. Haha, that's funny. Okay, so we're doing an overlay. And sure, we'll make it pixel perfect. And it's 100 pixels per unit. Sure, we'll do that. So first thing is first. In these games, they usually have like the speedometer over here. I think that's a good place for it. It's out of the way. Um, so we're gonna have the speedometer, and then we're gonna have like the shield gauge over here, I guess, for like just how much shield you have. Let's start putting stuff in. Okay, we're good enough. Then we'll introduce uh let's switch to the 2D view. Where is the 2D view? Like, normally I would just... Oh, here it is. Okay. One second. Before I go ahead and do that, let's see if I have stuff already. Alright, we have to test these out and see which ones... I'm gonna try out blues first. Oh, wait. Sure, let's try this one out. See what it looks like. What does it look like when you play? Okay, not my thing. All right, let's just drag them and then figure out which one is the one that fits them best. None of them. Okay. All right. All right, let's try these. Yeah, it looks like we have to do it. Oh, wait. We just do it this way. Not interesting. One was cool, but not useful for this. All right, looks like we have to make one. Right? Pretty sure. Yep, we do. Unless there's like other things. Yeah, no. So the only thing from this that I saw that I could possibly use is this. But that's kind of in the way. We probably want to put it over here somewhere, I guess. No. I think over here is fine. Maybe. Alright, so this is useless to me right now. What's this? That's cool. Okay, that's solid. That's solid. I'm enjoying that one. Okay. Then for this, we don't really need it right now. Let's get rid of it. Um, we don't need this either. Here. Okay. Um. Let's check out chat. Uh-huh. Okay. I'll look it up later. I mean, messing around sounds kind of fun, but I'll look at it when time comes for like animation and stuff. All right. I mean, I guess. However it fits in. Um. Okay. So this is. Are you seriously telling me that? I was hoping. Oh, there is something here. Okay. What's this? Uh. I guess we can probably use. I don't like it, but I think it makes sense instead of having a classical speedometer there, we just have two things: one marking down what your current growth of acceleration is, and then the other one being what your current speed is. That makes sense, right? Yeah, I think I get it. I think I have a picture in my head now of what I want. I think we can take these out of it. Okay, there. So now we can do this easily. And we're going to add an image over here. Well, first, let's check the prefabs. I think I saw a prefab before. Um, maybe. No, that's not it. I think it was like the sci-fi stage, maybe. Like something like that. And then I want to put. What is. Oh, that's the decorative line. What's this do? I have no clue what that is. It doesn't do anything. All right, let's get rid of it. Oh, because it wasn't on canvas. Garbage. What is this? That's cool. I feel I'm just grabbing all this old stuff that I just never used and I've had for years. I'm just trying to find a use for it. This Oh, this is sweet. Let me see. There is a ton of UI stuff going on here. Does it even look good is the question. Let's see. I don't know if I like it. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. I don't like it. Pretty sure I don't like it. Let's make it nighttime. Looks nice at night, I guess. Nah, I don't like it. So Nick says, in a single moderately sized Polish town, there are more alcohol shops than in all of Norway. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much every urban area has pretty much like a specific thing. In New York, it's basically just all barbershop, liquor store, and with bodegas. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I need to get some water. Okay, I'm back. Just also decided to make a sandwich. My bad. I just decided to make a sandwich also. Um, let's see. Sorry about that. Okay, so what are we having? We have GUI issues. Those are all lies. Okay, I don't like this UI, so I'm going to use something else. I was also trying to use the time to think, like, what I wanted. So this is what I was thinking. Basically, I'm going to make, like, a bar, or I'm going to use one of the bars here. I'm not sure how they have it set up, but the bar is just going to go over, and it's going to have these little uh, lights that'll go off that kind of represent 100 each one. And once you hit the maximum one, that's like it, right? So I'm going to set the speed limit of the game to around, I would say probably near 350 is humanly possible. Past that, I think it's just the game is just a blur. Let's find out. I think past let's just find the number. Okay. So we're going to set this number to, let's say 300. I could still sort of react at 300. Like if I needed to dodge something. No, yeah, no. There's no dodging. I mean, you could technically. Like I have to like kind of predict it coming. Like that I predict it coming. So 300 is possible. Let's try 500. All right, let's see. Yeah, no, 500 is just not even a thing. Go down to 450. Okay. Yeah, I can react at 400. Okay, good enough. What do you mean? What, because I don't talk that much? I don't know. When Roman talks, I feel like warm and fuzzy inside. He's so freaking innocent. We were just talking about that like a few streams ago. Like every time that someone cracks a joke and Roman just gets lost, and it's just like you just want to say bless his soul. It's he's great though. Um, the so we're gonna cap the speed to, where is it? We're here. Road controller. Okay, awesome. Easy cap. So now, now let's make the UI. And it's just going to be a little bar that goes over like that, and it's just going to have little dots inside. I think that's what I'll do. Oh, you mean like what do you mean? Like my you're feeling in sync with my ADHD? Roman does get focused though. Like, when he gets focused, he focuses. But everybody focuses up when they need to. I think that's what you mean to say. I'm not sure. All right. So over here, we'll try something different. I really don't like it. It was cool in its own context, but I don't think as a racing car game. But let me check other stuff because I have quite a few things. Let's just see like if any of them fit. Get rid of all of this. Okay, so that's a no bueno. Oh, wait, there was an interface. I think it was this one that I really liked. I wanted to try it out. No, that's not it. I think this is it. What the heck is this? Oh, this is a canvas in itself, so yeah. But you can have canvases in canvases. Not my thing. You can get rid of it. Oh, I see what this is. Okay, yeah, not my thing. Nope, not my thing. Okay. No bueno. We're getting real close. I've made this freaking UI element so many times by now, I think that I'm just going to, like, make a permanent one. Like, it's a little annoying. I had to make, like, 4 of them so far across different projects. It would be really nice to not have to make one. Looks like that's where we're... Actually, you know what? Before I do this, let's just check over here. Okay. I'm gonna check itch. Probably itch has something. I just made the assumption that one of these would have worked, but none of them are really catching my eye. That's interesting. Yeah, nothing. Okay, so we have to make something, I guess. Ah, brother. I need to set up OBS or Sprite. I was thinking I wouldn't have to do that. I'm not seeing anything that back. Yeah, this has something. I'm looking right at it, but it's like a percentage. Let's try it. Event tile 4 is what it's called. It has something though. No, cancel. I just need to find it. Give me a second. But it does have something. I just need to. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, this is it. This right here. There it is. So if I, just to test things out, if I do all of that, okay, awesome. Nick says, yeah. Okay, Roman switched his focus to discussion with other chatters and back all the time, but somehow he does finish what he's starting. Bro, it'll be -10 be in the morning. Oh, jeez, that's freaking cold. That was +6 last week. I wanted to take my bike out the garage already. Good luck. I've seen people in that area of the world. I think it's a strictly European thing, because I do not see many Americans that will go out, unless it's for work, that's going to go out with their bicycle. I remember there's this sword YouTuber that was trying to like record in the, I think it's like the tail end of a snowstorm, and there's some freaking guy. He's like in your area, like I think it's like in Poland or something. But oh no, he's in Canada. He's in Canada. He's in Canada. So there's this guy who, well, it makes sense for Canada, but this guy comes riding his bike, literally riding his bicycle in the, not because he's trying to get anywhere, but just out of recreation in the middle of a freaking mountain trail. I was just like, these guys are just built differently. Like, I don't think, even in New York, I used to ride my bicycle all the time in every weather, but that was because I had to get places. There's no way I would ride just for recreation in 0-degree temperatures. Like, that's a quick way to get pneumonia. Alright, what happens if I run this? Okay, this is giving me things are coming into my imagination now. Like I'm starting to picture it. Yeah, when it's cold like that, only like Norway or Sweden have bikes. They have bikes that don't slip on ice. Like, it's crazy. That is crazy. I used to, or I still do. I have road bikes. So I have armadillo tires for my road bike for where I live. That's like mandatory because there's just so much stuff on the streets that if you ride with Continentals or anything that is not durable, you're gonna get flats like 3 times a week. So I got really good at avoiding slipping, and this is even with with road bikes, you're usually clipped in. So I'm clipped in just riding around in the middle of winter, and I got really good at not slipping. You just take your time. Okay, so I think what we're gonna do here is we're gonna get rid of. So we don't need. What the heck is this? Uh, but we only need we don't need that. This is what we want. We're gonna take this out. I guess we're gonna copy this and we're gonna paste it somewhere else. There you go. And then let's hide this. There is a script for this? What is this? Oh, I see. So then we would put this. There we go. I don't think I can ever eat sardines. Like I just made a sandwich with sardines and I feel terrible. Yeah, sure, whatever. We don't care. Okay. So are we using what are they using? Are they using just regular text? Okay. Can Yeah, alright, so it's just a regular text box. Okay, so we're going to introduce over here. Euler angles is going to be times time. Hmm. Okay, I see what they did. It's interesting. It's not what I'm gonna do though, but it's cool. It's good to just have this as so we're gonna actually do something slightly different. Um I need to move all of this stuff. There we go. I might change it later, but for now it's good enough. So let's just do something with it. So we're gonna call this one there we go. All right, so we're going to this is just going to be, we're not going to call it, this is all junk now. I mean, it's good for just reference, but it's all junk. Um and we're going to save this back over Visa and apply Visa. Okay, there we go. And now we go speedometer. And we will grab this image. Can I do that? Can't. Text is gonna be there we go. And we can delete this one. All right. So we're going to do a public um you know what, let's do it the right way. Manager, go. This is how you make a UI in Unity. Proper UI system.
so alive. I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights that put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights that put me in a trance, so I feel like I can do it all. It's a good life that I really want. It's those future vibes. I got those future vibes. Feel so alive. I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. These bright lights that put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibe. I got the future. I got the. I got the future. I got the future. I got the future.
Oh, They have like I remember seeing a guy in Germany. It was like December, and there was a guy biking with yeah, with only t-shirt and shorts. Like I wish I had two jackets that day. And he was just in a summer clothes. It was years ago at this point, but I still remember the cat that ignored weather. Yeah, I knew a guy that did something similar. I'll explain it in a second. I like the towns more. I like. Oh, see, I still kind of wish I could live in Germany. I like the places more, but I like the towns more than Polish ones. But the default state of existence for a German is being serious for anyone over the age of 30, and that doesn't work well with my anxiety. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Uh, so I think I was in high school when I saw it happen. There's a guy. Actually no, I was in the very. I think I was in ninth grade when it happened. So I saw this guy. I was coming down from a store, and I was going to a friend's house. Uh, and it was freezing cold this day. And this guy was walking around in his not even a t-shirt. He was walking around in a tank shop, a tank top with shorts on. At least he had socks on and slippers, and he was just walking wherever he was going. He was going. Um, Later on, just by chance, I bumped into this really cool kid back then, and we were hanging out. And I was hanging out at his house, and suddenly the guy just walks out from like the room behind us, and I was like, "Wait, I recognize that guy." And he's like, "Oh yeah, that's my older brother." And I was like, "What the heck is this?" Like, this is the guy that was like, he just walks around. Turns out that I said, "Hey, like, isn't it crazy? Like, he walks around like with nothing but a t-shirt and stuff. Like, that's crazy." And he's like, "Oh no, he's schizophrenic." I was like, "Oh yeah, okay, that explains nothing." Like, you still have to explain, like, what the heck? I just said, "Okay, that's all." Oh, whoops. I'll be going this time. Tell Roman I said hi. And hi so he doesn't go schizophrenic. Yeah. All right, man. Take it easy. And thanks for joining, man. That was a good conversation. Hopefully the universe will not explode and all politics just doesn't ruin everything, I guess. I don't know. Just between now and the next time that you're here. Okay. Element. I hear that, man. Stay safe. Oh, Elevations, you're still around, man. It's super quiet. I hope you're not getting too engrossed in it, man. Yeah, stuff like that is gonna happen, man. Don't you shouldn't, you know. There was a time when it pulled me in, you know, and I guess you could say that, you know, you get black pilled or whatnot, but it's not really black pill. It's more like you realize that just as clearly as I could see other people's emotions being used, my own was being used, and whether or not I was the one who was using it or somebody else was, but there was no real reason to get so invested. When there's a time for words, you use words. When there's a time for fists, you use fists. I always have this motto: you could be 9 or 91, you can get these hands regardless. That was always my motto in life. So I'm not, as long as you don't have any cowardice, you should be good to go for whatever it is. There's no reason to complain. Whatever comes will come. All right, so all right, so what we want to have happen here is we want to be able to call open on a window. And if that window can overlay another window, then we'll just open it and return that window out as the element. If it can't, then we want to close the other windows. Okay, there. And that's if the active element count is greater than 0. Otherwise, we just do element open, element open, and we return the. Right, and worst case scenario, we return null. Oh, right, we have to do this first. Okay. So now we can open up UI elements as needed, and each element will be able to control whether or not it can overlay a different element. All right, now our UI system is done, I think. Register, yeah. All right, good. So now we go to our speedometer. Let's save this first. Then we go to our speedometer, and we have it inherit IUI element, which is going to make me now have to do stuff. So I'm going to say that this can overlay is going to be equal to false. We don't really have to worry about opening or closing this one. It's always open. No, we'll fill out the whole thing just for the sake of it. So when we register, we are going to get ID is going to be instance D. Then unregister is going to be and then Okay, and so when we turn this on, we simply do, or when we call open, we do game object set active true. All we need. Other ones we can do different things, but for this, it's basically this.
I smoke too much. I drink too much.
Okay.
I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
Okay, good stuff. Now let's go back over here.
We could see clearly now.
And
We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Clearly now.
okay. So that was wrong. We need to change this to this. There we go. Awesome. Okay. So now we can do this.
I smoke too much. I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. 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 Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly that I can't stop. We could see clearly now.
Okay, there. So now over here, inside of the road, where is it? We can do something like this, which is
We could see clearly
Okay, there we go. So, what do we need? So, we have the current. What we need is the road speed. Okay. All right, we need to just pass it the road speed. Um, as the road speed goes up, that bar that gate up, then it'll reset every time. Is the way. And at the bottom, it'll continue to increase the gears. Okay. I think I feel exhausted a little bit. Maybe I spent too much time on the previous part, but I think I'm gonna call it here. Like this is this is a this we're not getting the day complete, but I feel like I'm gonna get this complete tomorrow. I just feel completely out of it right now, I think. Like my head is just splitting a little bit. So I'm gonna approach this again tomorrow. But I think so what I think I need to do here is I'm going to map this into a dictionary. Um and then I'm sorry, elevations. I'm sorry. I'm gonna map this into a dictionary tomorrow, and then you know what? Let me change the music. Maybe that's what's causing it, because I normally don't listen to this track at all. I'm gonna switch to something I usually do. All right, let's give it a second shot. That could have been music that was messing me up. I don't know. Okay. All right, let's try it now. Maybe I never listened to that, and something was just, or it could be like where I am, it's like dropping. The temperature is dropping really fast, so could also be that. Um. Okay. What's that, Elevations? I just realized something. I have a chat overlay, and I don't think it's actually working. Let me check OBS real quick. I don't think OBS shows my chat overlay, does it? No, it doesn't. It's probably better anyway. What do you think? Do you think I should get the chat overlay to work, or do you think it's fine without it? The weight of transcriptors is finally sinking. Yes, everybody's got to make their money somehow. You know, I think it was Dave Chappelle who said it the best, right? You don't realize, um, you don't realize how the world works until you get a wake-up call from taking somebody else's food from their mouth, right? Like, there's always that person who's that's how they make their living. And so when you just suddenly see people just get vicious out of nowhere, and you're like, what the heck? Or they do something that is just like so conniving or so brutal, and you're like, how could a normal person do that? And then you realize that's how they feed their family, right? And they're just gonna be like that. That's just what it is. So you have to look out for when you're about to step on people's toes. And it's entirely possible. Like, people have formed a whole industry out of getting rage clicks, and being able to tell people our way is what everybody wants, and getting away with it. So that's what it is. You have to realize that. So they're going to be death throes, but I do know that, for example, in the United States, they eliminated a lot of subsidizing programs for media. So it's like just general media. So like the government no longer, I think, I don't take my word for it. You can look it up yourself. But the government, federal government, is no longer using our tax dollars to subscribe to newsletters and things like that, which basically means that these guys are looking at, you know, money literally being taken out of their mouths. So that's probably, I mean, it was like 2-3 days ago, and then all of a sudden this exploded up. So it could be linked together that you're seeing a lot of these mouthpieces, you know, doing that because they realize that they need to see change, and this is the only way they're seeing change, and so they're being as volatile as possible and pushing news to the furthest extent that they can, calling in all of their favors. That's very much likely a possibility, because it just seems weird, the timing. Right, immediately after you cut off their funding, suddenly same cast of people are now, they cranked it up to 21. Is from what you've described, it sounds like that's what happened. So do you think I should get the chat overlay to work, or should I just keep it going? Oh, brother. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I feel a little bit better. I think it was the music that was throwing me off. Since you're coding, it's probably fine without it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because I don't want the chat to like get in the way of the code. But I usually put it on the top right, or it should be on the top right. I just don't see it. Um, may as well get it going. Might help you read chat better. And yeah, I hope the woke agenda gets obliterated, honestly. Um, the amount of tax dollars and money that gets spent on it is insane. But as for me, I'm just want something more grounded. It gets a bit tiresome having to constantly switch between game engines, coding languages, platforms, software, etc. because of political reasons. Um, that's the thing. I switched from Godot. I live streamed the moment that I decided to switch, put it that way, because I did two comparisons. I compared my development time so I took the exact same project and I developed it 3 times. The first time was just to get prepared for development. The second time I developed it, it was in Godot. The third time that I developed it, it was in Unity. And there was for me, about 2 hours of a difference in just one session. About 2 hours of a difference in work produced. And so I said, I couldn't figure out what it was exactly, but there's something about Godot in me that is just very slow versus me in Unity. All right, and this was with a project that I already basically knew what I was going to do because I already had prepped it. Is like this one, I have no prep. I'm just going in and doing what the code, like I'm feeling the code out where it's leading me, and I'm just going where that's taking me. And then I'm trying to put together the idea as I'm doing it. Like I have a general sense, but not like a specific thing. All right. So we need a couple things. Ooh, go back to the code real quick. There we go. So we need a couple things to happen here. Let's get rid of this right now. So let's change the name of this first. Okay. So we're going to need a current speed and a threshold speed. And the gear. So int. For the gear that we're at. So let's call it current gear. All right, we're always going to have at least one here. Let's bring this up over here. All right. So let's do it this way. We go integer and then we'll go float. So we have to go like one step before we can get to the final step. All right. Go here. So let's initialize this stuff. All right, yeah. So let's just call it initialize gears. Yeah, okay. It did it right? Yep, okay. Okay, so I think we have to do a lerp here, and then we're going to get the logarithmic value on a log of probably a +1, I think. Take the max speed and whoops, mistake. Want to start at for this initialization. I think it's math f log. Yeah. I think there's a log 10, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. Ah, autocomplete already knew what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay, and so then we just add it to speed gears. After I finish this, I'll try to get the overlay back. I don't know why it stopped working, but it's fine. Or maybe it is working, I just have it off. Oh. I think it's just out of place. There we go. I think it was working. I think it was just not in the right position. Um, I can't do it well live, but I'm gonna try my best to. Did it? There we go. Okay. I think the chat should be working. I'm gonna try typing something. Let me go on the. Give me a sec. Where is... Ah, there. Negative. I don't see anything showing up overlay. Oh, yeah, there it is. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're not messing with that. That's fine. I think this is okay. I don't know why it's black. I could have sworn I saved it as white, but whatever. Makes it impossible to read on the background. There's always something. Let me just check. Maybe I could change it over here. Yep, there we go. Okay, it should be white now. On the black background, it should show pretty well. And yes, you showed up, Evolution. Okay. Let's get back to work now. Enough fun in games. Okay. So, do we have to do anything else with an initial? I think that's it for initialization. We're pretty much done. I think we just need to do updates. Let's bring this up here. Keep my eyes focused. Ah. This PC, bro. Current here. Doesn't make sense. We'll find out. All right, and then from here we just need to do an update on the gauge. So let's do public, or rather private. Update the gauge. Hello again, Elevations. Is it showing up? I didn't see it. I think it goes away too quickly. Okay, so now we just need to fill the gauge. Yeah. What did we name this thing now? Speed gauge pivot? So over here now, we grab the way that they did the Euler angles down here. And I figure we could probably use the gauge fill instead of time. And we have progress, then we can do progress x equal to there we go. So there's going to be 15 of these, and I don't feel like typing all of these out. I'm gonna ask Copilot to fill out the rest of this. I have to like write out a couple of them first. But it has like a better idea of what I want. Second here. Okay, let's ask. Sometimes it just takes so long that it's like, might as well you do it yourself, but gives me a time to take a mental break and think about where I'm gonna go next. Awesome. Alright, that should be hooking it in. Um... It doesn't hurt to have it twice. Alright, that should be it. Alright, we can delete this stuff now. Excelente. Let's try it, see if it works. Guaranteed it's not going to work. Okay. So let's see what's going to happen. Interesting. Did I forget to pull something? Oh, okay. We forgot to do this. We forgot to add the UI manager to the game. There we go. What is it crying about? Unassigned reference exception. The variable is not assigned. Speed gauge pivot. I'm pretty sure it is. Let's... Where is the UI for this? It's in speedometer. Here. Pretty sure we assigned it. Oh. What the heck? I'm like almost 100% sure we assigned this. Like I just dragged all three of them. So all right. Unity being Unity is what I'm going to say. I'm pretty sure I dragged all three of them. We got no errors so far? Is the pivot moving? Looks like it is. First gear. My speed is going up slowly. How are we still in first gear? We should be in second by now. You know, I think 500 miles per hour is possible in this now. Or kilometers per hour, whatever. 410 freedom units, roughly. So now we're in third gear. Awesome. Fourth gear. We're in the sixth gear. Ninth gear. We're still not even near the top. Holy cow, this is how much speed we have left. Hard to get past 11th gear. Oh, now we're in 12th. Never mind. Thirteenth gear. Come on, just a little bit faster. I'm taking a screenshot when we hit 15th gear. 14th. It's all luck at this point. Like, you just have to. There's like literally a quarter of a second between reaction and what you can see. 15th gear. Okay, let's take a screenshot. Nice. I'm gonna share it. Okay, that's cool. I think there's something that needs to be done with the math here, though. Let's get rid of this part. Trying to balance it out. Hey, free limbs. Or maybe not. You probably have to buy them. How did you get to here? Um, where's the other one? Shield. It has to be the shield that's causing it. Yeah, it is the shield. You have to do this space start. There we go. Okay. I think that's fine. What's this? Key not found exception. 15 was not Okay. All right, what else do we have to accomplish today? So this is done. The PUD. Um. Oh. Oh shoot! We had a lot to do today. We had game feel and audio feedback. Um. I am not ready to do that. I'm not gonna even lie. Like I can implement game feel probably. Let's do that right now. Okay, game feel. Is it? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Um. Let's see. Oh no, we're screwed up there. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Um. Just do this. Sorry. Why is this doing that? Oh, this. Okay, so whenever I hit an obstacle, the screen should shake. I don't know what will happen if I hit a power up. I guess we can get a dramatic zoom. Do that. Hmm. Okay. Let's make this 0.5. Or let's just get rid of that altogether. Actually, let's make this 0.25. Okay, there we go. Okay, chat. Well, I'm gonna head off. Thanks. Okay. Um, hey, what's going on, Roman? Stream Avatar, it's cool stuff. How's it going? It's going. I'm just slapping in some game feel to the. Yeah, I keep. So I keep forgetting to. And hello, Nipple. I keep forgetting to turn on. So it's now like once in a while it's on, sometimes it's not, but I try to get prepared ahead of time to try to get all of the ducks in a row. All right, let's try it now. Okay. So, let's Are you streaming today, Roman? Oh, and Nick said to tell you hi in case you're there. He I think he probably went to bed by now. Okay. What is going on with the gauge? It's not filling up. Oh, there it is. Uh, what is going on? Ah, that's why. We forgot to call it over here. Okay. Where is it? Collision. I can get it here. Does it matter? I don't think it cares. Yeah, so we can get rid of this whole part right here. And just do... There we go. All right, so... And over here, we can just do this. Then we just do... And... okay, we'll leave it that way. So we can get rid of this now. Awesome. So, oh, there we go. Right. Okay, beautiful. All right, let's try it now. This should, let me just double check. Yeah, so this should call the event. Let's walk through the event to make sure that we set it up, because we might not have. Yeah, we have it right here. All right, let's do it. So right now I'm trying to test the feel system just to make sure like things are working there. Once that's done, then I think we're pretty much it. At the end, I don't think it worked. I don't see anything happening when we hit the speed up boost either. You know, aside from the regular speed up, I don't see anything crazy happening. Oh, no wonder nothing's happening. Okay. That's the problem with pass-bys. They don't, unless you do like a catch, you don't know anything about what's going on. 1 second. We just need to do this. Oh no, it is here. So I legit don't know what's happening. Let's check to see if we're reaching that part of the code. All right. I'm going to increase my starting speed. One sec. Yeah, we're not seeing any... We're not getting to that part of the code. Yeah, we're not getting to that part of the code. Okay. Are we even getting here? Question. No, we're not even reaching there. So... Ooh. Okay. All right. Unity, where are you? Yeah. Okay, so it is firing off the on after collision event. So that must mean I just never registered. Oops. You have to actually subscribe to events. Rule number one of using events. You must subscribe to them at some point. There we go. Rule number one of when using events, make sure that you subscribe to them before you start taking apart everything else in your code. Just amazing. Okay. Yep, there we go. Okay. So it's working ish. It's just broken because I'm using Cinemachine instead of my own camera. So I need to adjust Cinemachine camera, not my not the actual camera. Kind of makes me wish I had used my original camera now. It could have just worked right off the bat. Maybe I should just make it. I'm gonna actually make it detect Cinemachine and then just work with Cinemachine instead. That's what I'm gonna do. So that way I could just keep continuing to use the same game feel system. Um, so now I believe that with Cinemachine, all cameras will get Cinemachine Brain on them, right? Yep, right here. So we just need to do a get for the live camera here. So first we need to check if Oh, okay, so what are we supposed to use? You don't tell me. Alright. You're awesome, Cinemachine. You deprecated it without telling me what to replace it with. That's friggin' great. I see what they did. Okay. That's smarter. That's a smarter approach, for sure. Gotta give him credit where it's due. Um, So now, if this is a Cinemachine, we will... So first we start off checking if it's a camera. If the camera is null, then we set the transform to the camera. If this is a Cinemachine camera, then instead we will get the... We'll get the base camera from here. Now, this allows us to set the transform to that, and since we are doing a lot of just stuff on the transform, we can just do... Now, I don't think this is going to work, because Cinemachine... I don't think Cinemachine does stuff like this. We'll find out.
All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. What am I doing, did I do it right, yeah. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets. Onto my feet, another cup of coffee and me. That's what I need, my eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Ay, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated. Intoxicated, every night faded, just so I can sleep thinking that it's sated. I feel hated, I feel hatred. I'm lost deep in my mind that I've created. I have dreams where my life is devastated. Feel so real that I wake up shaking. Need thicker skin cause this life is no haven. Nod your head if you get what I'm saying. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. What am I doing, did I do it right, yeah. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. I can't think straight, need the light, yo. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah.
Okay, so this is camera shake. Hopefully done. I just think Cinemachine approaches this differently. I think they have their own internal stuff for handling. Shake, I don't think you can actually manipulate the transform of the virtual camera to get the shake that you're looking for, but we're about to find out. Kind of makes me wish that in the project that I had designed this in, I was using... Let's just check the... I'm only gonna mess with the shake for right now. I don't feel like we need anything else. And I think I'm gonna call it a day after this. Just turn this off. And see what happens. 7 hours. Thank you for letting me know, Nepal. I'm doing all right, man. How are you doing? I'm tired of doing these 7 hour streams. I really am. Oh man. I want to end it. I want to like I come into these things thinking I'm only gonna do like 3-4 hours, but here I am. We need more stuff to hit us. We spawn more. All right. So they should be spawning pretty soon. Just like 30-second delay since I had it on 30 seconds a second ago. There we go. Missed. Nope. That did not change anything. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I'm feeling freaking exhausted. I did a lot of stuff with I did a lot of stuff with the effects to just get them working. So I should just be happy with that, I think. The UI is working pretty good over here. This is temporary, obviously, but the philosophy behind it is that it looks good. Let's change the car. I want it to look a little bit different. Nick was saying he was getting motion sickness from this. All right. I think I'm going to call it there. All right. Thank you guys for joining. I hope that that was informative. You got to see a bit of me struggling through some simple code that any 4-year-old would have been able to figure out in like the first shot. But I gave it my best. We still need to test this stuff out, but it's fine. Should be working. Okay. All right. Have a great day.